Chapter 9 of Ann Veronica. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joy Chan. Ann Veronica by H.G. Wells. Chapter the 9th. Discords. Part 1. One afternoon, soon after Ann Veronica's great discovery, a telegram came into the laboratory for her. It ran, "Bored and nothing to do. Will you dine with me tonight somewhere and talk? I shall be grateful. Ramage." Ann Veronica was rather pleased by this. She had not seen Ramage for 10 or 11 days, and she was quite ready for a gossip with him. And now her mind was so full of the thought that she was in love. In love! That marvellous state! That I really believe she had some dim idea of talking to him about it. At any rate, it would be good to hear him saying the sort of things he did. Perhaps now she would grasp them better, with this world-shaking secret brandishing itself about inside her head within a yard of him. She was sorry to find Ramage a little disposed to be melancholy. "I have made over £700 in the last week," he said. "That's exhilarating," said Ann Veronica. "Not a bit of it," he said. "It's only a score in a game." "It's a score you can buy all sorts of things with." "Nothing that one wants." He turned to the waiter, who held a wine card. "Nothing can cheer me," he said, "except champagne." He meditated. "This," he said, and then, "No, is this sweeter? Very well." "Everything goes well with me," he said, folding his arms under him and regarding Ann Veronica with the slightly projecting eyes wide open. "And I'm not happy. I believe I'm in love." He leaned back for his soup. Presently he resumed. "I believe I must be in love." "You can't be that," said Ann Veronica wisely. "How do you know?" "Well, it isn't exactly a depressing state, is it?" "You don't know." "One has theories," said Ann Veronica, radiantly. "Oh, theories! Being in love is a fact." "It ought to make one happy." "It's an unrest, a longing. What's that?" The waiter had intervened. "Parmesan! Take it away." He glanced at Ann Veronica's face, and it seemed to him that she really was exceptionally radiant. He wondered why she thought love made people happy, and began to talk of the smilax and pinks that adorned the table. He filled her glass with champagne. "You must," he said, "because of my depression." They were eating quails when they returned to the topic of love. "What made you think," he said abruptly, with the gleam of avidity in his face, "that love makes people happy?" "I know it must." "But how?" He was, she thought, a little too insistent. "Women know these things by instinct," she answered. "I wonder," he said, "if women do know things by instinct. I have my doubts about feminine instinct. It's one of our conventional superstitions. A woman is supposed to know when a man is in love with her. Do you think she does?" Ann Veronica picked among her salad with a judicial expression of face. "I think she would," she decided. "Ah!" said Ramage impressively. Ann Veronica looked up at him and found him regarding her with eyes that were almost woebegone, and into which, indeed, he was trying to throw much more expression than they could carry. There was a little pause between them, full for Ann Veronica of rapid elusive suspicions and intimations. "Perhaps one talks nonsense about a woman's instinct," she said. "It's a way of avoiding explanations. And girls and women, perhaps, are different. I don't know. I don't suppose a girl can tell if a man is in love with her or not in love with her." Her mind went off to Capes. Her thoughts took words for themselves. "She can't. I suppose it depends on her own state of mind. If one wants a thing very much, perhaps one is inclined to think one can't have it. I suppose if one were to love someone, one would feel doubtful, and if one were to love someone very much, it's just so that one would be blindest, just when one wanted most to see." She stopped abruptly, afraid that Ramage might be able to infer Capes from the things she had said, And indeed his face was very eager. "Yes?" he said. Ann Veronica blushed. "That's all," she said. "I'm afraid I'm a little confused about these things." Ramage looked at her, and then fell into deep reflection as the waiter came to paragraph their talk again. "Have you ever been to the opera, Ann Veronica?" said Ramage. "Once or twice." "Shall we go now?" "I think I would like to listen to music. What is there?" "Tristan." "I've never heard Tristan and Isolde." "That settles it. We'll go. There's sure to be a place somewhere." "It's rather jolly of you," said Ann Veronica. "It's jolly of you to come," said Ramage. So presently they got into a hansom together, and Ann Veronica sat back feeling very luxurious and pleasant, and looked at the light and stir and misty glitter of the street traffic from under slightly drooping eyelids, while Ramage sat closer to her than he need have done, and glanced ever and again at her face, and made to speak, and said nothing. And when they got to Covent Garden, Ramage secured one of the little upper boxes, and they came into it as the overture began. Ann Veronica took off her jacket and sat down in the corner chair, and leaned forward to look into the great hazy warm brown cavity of the house, and Ramage placed his chair to sit beside her and near her, facing the stage. The music took hold of her slowly as her eyes wandered from the indistinct still ranks of the audience to the little busy orchestra with its quivering violins, its methodical movements of brown and silver instruments, its brightly lit scores and shaded lights. She had never been to the opera before except as one of a congested mass of people in the cheaper seats, and with backs and heads and women's hats for the frame of the spectacle. There was by contrast a fine large sense of space and ease in her present position. The curtain rose out of the concluding bars of the overture, and revealed Isolde on the prow of the barbaric ship. The voice of the young seaman came floating down from the masthead, and the story of the immortal lovers had begun. She knew the story only imperfectly, and followed it now with a passionate and deepening interest. The splendid voices sang on from phase to phase of love's unfolding. The ship drove across the sea to the beating rhythm of the rowers. The lovers broke into passionate knowledge of themselves and each other. And then, a jarring intervention, came King Mark amidst the shouts of the sailormen, and stood beside them. The curtain came festooning slowly down, the music ceased, the lights in the auditorium glowed out, and Ann Veronica woke out of her confused dream of involuntary and commanding love in a glory of sound and colors, to discover that Ramage was sitting close beside her with one hand resting lightly on her waist. She made a quick movement, and the hand fell away. "By God, Ann Veronica," he said, sighing deeply, "this stirs one." She sat quite still, looking at him. "I wish you and I had drunk that love potion," he said. She found no ready reply to that, and he went on. "This music is the food of love. It makes me desire life beyond measure. Life! Life and love! It makes me want to be always young, always strong, always devoting my life, and dying splendidly." "It is very beautiful," said Ann Veronica in a low tone. They said no more for a moment, and each was now acutely aware of the other. Ann Veronica was excited and puzzled, with a sense of a strange and disconcerting new light breaking over her relations with Ramage. She had never thought of him at all in that way before. It did not shock her, it amazed her, interested her beyond measure. But also this must not go on. She felt he was going to say something more, something still more personal and intimate. She was curious, and at the same time clearly resolved she must not hear it. She felt she must get him talking upon some impersonal theme at any cost. She snatched about in her mind. "What is the exact force of a motif?" she asked at random. "Before I heard much Wagnerian music, I heard enthusiastic descriptions of it from a mistress I didn't like at school. She gave me an impression of a sort of patched quilt, little bits of patterned stuff coming up again and again." She stopped with an air of interrogation. Ramage looked at her for a long and discriminating interval without speaking. He seemed to be hesitating between two courses of action. "I don't know much about the technique of music," he said at last, with his eyes upon her. "It's a matter of feeling with me." He contradicted himself by plunging into an exposition of motifs. By a tacit agreement they ignored the significant thing between them, ignored the slipping away of the ground on which they had stood together hitherto. All through the love music of the second act, until the hunting horns of Mark break in upon the dream, Ann Veronica's consciousness was flooded with the perception of a man close beside her, preparing some new thing to say to her, preparing, perhaps, to touch her, stretching hungry invisible tentacles about her. She tried to think what she should do in this eventuality or that. Her mind had been and was full of the thought of Capes, a huge, generalized Capes lover. And in some incomprehensible way Ramage was confused with Capes. She had a grotesque disposition to persuade herself that this was really Capes who surrounded her, as it were, with wings of desire. The fact that it was her trusted friend making illicit love to her remained, in spite of all her effort, an insignificant thing in her mind. The music confused and distracted her, and made her struggle against a feeling of intoxication. Her head swam. That was the inconvenience of it. Her head was swimming. The music throbbed into the warnings that preceded the king's eruption. Abruptly he gripped her wrist. "I love you, Ann Veronica. I love you with all my heart and soul." She put her face closer to his. She felt the warm nearness of his. "Don't!" she said, and wrenched her wrist from his retaining hand. "My God, Ann Veronica!" he said, struggling to keep his hold upon her. "My God! Tell me now! Tell me you love me!" His expression was as it were rapaciously furtive. She answered in whispers, for there was the white arm of a woman in the next box peeping beyond the partition within a yard of him. "My hand! This isn't the place." He released her hand and talked in eager undertones against an auditory background of urgency and distress. "Ann Veronica," he said, "I tell you this is love. I love the soles of your feet. I love your very breath. I have tried not to tell you, tried to be simply your friend. It is no good. I want you. I worship you. I would do anything, I would give anything to make you mine. Do you hear me? Do you hear what I am saying? Love!" He held her arm and abandoned it again at her quick defensive movement. For a long time neither spoke again. She sat drawn together in her chair in the corner of the box, at a loss what to say or do, afraid, curious, perplexed. It seemed to her that it was her duty to get up and clamor to go home to her room, to protest against his advances as an insult. But she did not in the least want to do that. These sweeping dignitaries were not within the compass of her will. She remembered she liked Ramage, and owed things to him, and she was interested. She was profoundly interested. He was in love with her. She tried to grasp all the welter of values in the situation simultaneously and draw some conclusion from their disorder. He began to talk again in quick undertones that she could not clearly hear. "I have loved you," he was saying, "ever since you sat on that gate and talked. I have always loved you. I don't care what divides us. I don't care what else there is in the world. I want you beyond measure or reckoning." His voice rose and fell amidst the music and the singing of Tristan and King Mark, like a voice heard in a badly connected telephone. She stared at his pleading face. She turned to the stage, and Tristan was wounded in Kurvenal's arms, with Isolde at his feet, and King Mark, the incarnation of masculine force and obligation, the masculine creditor of love and beauty, stood over him. And the second climax was ending in wreaths and reek of melodies. And then the curtain was coming down in a series of short rushes. The music had ended, and the people were stirring and breaking out into applause, and the lights of the auditorium were resuming. The lighting up pierced the obscurity of the box, and Ramage stopped his urgent flow of words abruptly and sat back. This helped to restore Ann Veronica's self-command. She turned her eyes to him again, and saw her late friend and pleasant and trusted companion, who had seen fit suddenly to change into a lover, babbling interesting, inacceptable things. He looked eager and flushed and troubled. His eyes caught at hers with passionate inquiries. "Tell me," he said. "Speak to me." She realized it was possible to be sorry for him, acutely sorry for the situation. Of course this thing was absolutely impossible. But she was disturbed, mysteriously disturbed. She remembered abruptly that she was really living upon his money. She leaned forward and addressed him. "Mr. Ramage," she said, "please don't talk like this." He made to speak and did not. "I don't want you to do it, to go on talking to me. I don't want to hear you. If I had known that you had meant to talk like this, I wouldn't have come here." "But how can I help it? How can I keep silence?" "Please," she insisted, "please, not now. I must talk with you. I must say what I have to say. But not now, not here." "It came," he said. "I never planned it, and now I have begun." She felt acutely that he was entitled to explanations, and as acutely that explanations were impossible that night. She wanted to think. "Mr. Ramage," she said, "I can't, not now. Will you please? Not now, or I must go." He stared at her, trying to guess at the mystery of her thoughts. "You don't want to go?" "No, but I must. I ought. I must talk about this. Indeed, I must. Not now. But I love you unendurably." "Then don't talk to me now. I don't want you to talk to me now. There is a place. This isn't the place. You have misunderstood. I can't explain." They regarded one another, each blinded to the other. "Forgive me," he decided to say at last, and his voice had a little quiver of emotion, and he laid his hand on hers upon her knee. "I am the most foolish of men. I was stupid, stupid and impulsive beyond measure to burst upon you in this way. I am a love-sick idiot, and not accountable for my actions. Will you forgive me if I say no more?" She looked at him with perplexed, earnest eyes. "Pretend," he said, "that all I have said hasn't been said, and let us go on with our evening. Why not? Imagine I've had a fit of hysteria and that I've come round." "Yes," she said, and abruptly she liked him enormously. She felt this was the sensible way out of this oddly sinister situation. He still watched her and questioned her. "And let us have a talk about this some other time, somewhere where we can talk without interruption. Will you?" She thought, and it seemed to him she had never looked so self-disciplined and deliberate and beautiful. "Yes," she said, "that is what we ought to do." But now she doubted again of the quality of the armistice they had just made. He had a wild impulse to shout. "Agreed," he said with queer exultation, and his grip tightened on her hand. "And to-night we are friends." "We are friends," said Ann Veronica, and drew her hand quickly away from him. "To-night we are as we have always been, except that this music we have been swimming in is divine. While I have been pestering you, have you heard it? At least you heard the first act, and all the third act is love-sick music, Tristan dying and Isolde coming to crown his death. Wagner had just been in love when he wrote it all. It begins with that queer piccolo solo. Now I shall never hear it but what this evening will come pouring back over me." The lights sank. The prelude to the third act was beginning. The music rose and fell in crowded intimations of lovers separated with scars and memories between them. And the curtain went reefing up to display Tristan lying wounded on his couch and the shepherd crouching with his pipe. Part 2. They had their explanations the next evening, but they were explanations in quite other terms than Ann Veronica had anticipated, quite other and much more startling and illuminating terms. Ramage came for her at her lodgings, and she met him graciously and kindly, as a queen who knows she must needs give sorrow to a faithful liege. She was unusually soft and gentle in her manner to him. He was wearing a new silk hat, with a slightly more generous brim than its predecessor, and it suited his type of face, robbed his dark eyes a little of their aggressiveness, and gave him a solid and dignified and benevolent air. A faint anticipation of triumph showed in his manner, and a subdued excitement. "We'll go to a place where we can have a private room," he said. Then we can talk things out." So they went this time to the Rococo in Germain Street, and upstairs to a landing upon which stood a bald-headed waiter with whiskers like a French admiral and discretion beyond all limits in his manner. He seemed to have expected them. He ushered them with an amiable flat hand into a minute apartment with a little gas stove, a silk crimson-covered sofa, and a bright little table, gay with napery and hothouse flowers. "Odd little room," said Ann Veronica, dimly apprehending that obtrusive sofa. "One can talk without undertones, so to speak," said Ramage. "It's private." He stood looking at the preparations before them with an unusual preoccupation of manner, then roused himself to take her jacket, a little awkwardly, and hand it to the waiter who hung it in the corner of the room. It appeared he had already ordered dinner and wine, and the whiskered waiter waved in his subordinate with the soup forthwith. "I'm going to talk of indifferent themes," said Ramage a little fussily, "until these interruptions of the service are over. Then we shall be together. How did you like Tristan?" Ann Veronica paused the fraction of a second before her reply came. "I thought much of it amazingly beautiful." "Isn't it? And to think that man got it all out of the poorest little love story for a respectable titled lady. Have you read of it?" "Never." "It gives in a nutshell the miracle of art and the imagination. You get this queer, irascible musician quite impossibly and unfortunately in love with a wealthy patroness, and then out of his brain comes this, a tapestry of glorious music, setting out love to lovers, lovers who love in spite of all that is wise and respectable and right." Ann Veronica thought. She did not want to seem to shrink from conversation, but all sorts of odd questions were running through her mind. "I wonder why people in love are so defiant, so careless of other considerations." "The very hares grow brave. I suppose because it is the chief thing in life." He stopped and said earnestly, "It is the chief thing in life, and everything else goes down before it. Everything, my dear, everything. But we have got to talk upon indifferent themes until we have done with this blond young gentleman from Bavaria." The dinner came to an end at last, and the whiskered waiter presented his bill and evacuated the apartment and closed the door behind him with an almost ostentatious discretion. Ramage stood up and suddenly turned the key in the door in an off-hand manner. "Now," he said, "no one can blunder in upon us. We are alone, and we can say and do what we please. We two." He stood still looking at her. Ann Veronica tried to seem absolutely unconcerned. The turning of the key startled her, but she did not see how she could make an objection. She felt she had stepped into a world of unknown usages. "I have waited for this," he said, and stood quite still, looking at her until the silence became oppressive. "Won't you sit down?" she said, "and tell me what you want to say?" Her voice was flat and faint. Suddenly she had become afraid. She struggled not to be afraid. After all, what could happen? He was looking at her very hard and earnestly. "Ann Veronica," he said. Then, before she could say a word to arrest him, he was at her side. "Don't!" she said, weakly, as he had bent down and put one arm about her, and seized her hands with his disengaged hand and kissed her almost upon her lips. He seemed to do 10 things before she could think to do one, to leap upon her and take possession. Ann Veronica's universe, which had never been altogether so respectful to her as she could have wished, gave a shout and whirled head over heels. Everything in the world had changed for her. If hate could kill, Ramage would have been killed by a flash of hate. "Mr. Ramage!" she cried, and struggled to her feet. "My darling!" he said, clasping her resolutely in his arms. "My dearest!" "Mr. Ramage!" she began, and his mouth sealed hers, and his breath was mixed with her breath. Her eye met his 4 inches away, and he was glaring, immense, and full of resolution, a stupendous monster of an eye. She shut her lips hard, her jaw hardened, and she set herself to struggle with him. She wrenched her head away from his grip and got her arm between his chest and hers. They began to wrestle fiercely. Each became frightfully aware of the other as a plastic energetic body, of the strong muscles of neck against cheek, of hands gripping shoulder blade and waist. "How dare you!" she panted, with her world screaming and grimacing insult at her. "How dare you!" They were both astonished at the other's strength. Perhaps Ramage was the more astonished. Ann Veronica had been an ardent hockey player and had a course of jiu-jitsu in the high school. Her defence ceased rapidly to be in any sense ladylike and became vigorous and effective. A strand of black hair that had escaped its hairpins came athwart Ramage's eyes, and then the knuckles of a small but very hardly clenched fist had thrust itself with extreme effectiveness and painfulness under his jawbone and ear. "Let go!" said Ann Veronica, through her teeth, strenuously inflicting agony, and he cried out sharply and let go and receded a pace. "Now!" said Ann Veronica. "Why did you dare to do that?" Part 3. Each of them stared at the other, set in a universe that had changed its system of values with kaleidoscopic completeness. She was flushed, and her eyes were bright and angry. Her breath came sobbing, and her hair was all abroad in wandering strands of black. He, too, was flushed and ruffled. One side of his collar had slipped from its stud, and he held a hand to the corner of his jaw. "You vixen!" said Mr. Ramage, speaking the simplest first thought of his heart. "You had no right," panted Ann Veronica. "Why on earth," he asked, "did you hurt me like that?" Ann Veronica did her best to think she had not deliberately attempted to cause him pain. She ignored his question. "I never dreamt," she said. "What on earth did you expect me to do, then?" he asked. Part 4. Interpretation came pouring down upon her almost blindingly. She understood now the room, the waiter, the whole situation. She understood. She leapt to a world of shabby knowledge, of furtive base realizations. She wanted to cry out upon herself for the uttermost fool in existence. "I thought you wanted to have a talk to me," she said. "I wanted to make love to you." "You knew it," he added, in her momentary silence. "You said you were in love with me," said Ann Veronica. "I wanted to explain I said I loved and wanted you." The brutality of his first astonishment was evaporating. "I am in love with you. You know I am in love with you. And then you go and half throttle me. I believe you've crushed a gland or something. It feels like it." "I'm sorry," said Ann Veronica. "What else was I to do?" For some seconds she stood watching him, and both were thinking very quickly. Her state of mind would have seemed altogether discreditable to her grandmother. She ought to have been disposed to faint and scream at all these happenings. She ought to have maintained a front of outraged dignity to veil the sinking of her heart. She would like to have to tell it so. But indeed that is not at all a good description of her attitude. She was an indignant queen. No doubt she was alarmed and disgusted within limits, but she was highly excited, and there was something, some low adventurous strain in her being, some element, subtle at least if base, going about the rioting ways and crowded insurgent meeting-places of her mind, declaring that the whole affair was after all, they are the only words that express it, a very great lark indeed. At the bottom of her heart she was not a bit afraid of Ramage. She had unaccountable gleams of sympathy with and liking for him, and the grotesquest fact was that she did not so much loathe as experience with a quite critical condemnation this strange sensation of being kissed. Never before had any human being kissed her lips. It was only some hours after that these ambiguous elements evaporated and vanished and loathing came, and she really began to be thoroughly sick and ashamed of the whole disgraceful quarrel and scuffle. He, for his part, was trying to grasp the series of unexpected reactions that had so wrecked their tete-a-tete. He had meant to be master of his fate that evening, and it had escaped him altogether. It had, as it were, blown up at the concussion of his first step. It dawned upon him that he had been abominably used by Ann Veronica. "Look here," he said, "I brought you here to make love to you." "I didn't understand your idea of making love. You had better let me go again." "Not yet," he said. "I do love you. I love you all the more for the streak of sheer devil in you. You are the most beautiful, the most desirable thing I have ever met in this world. It was good to kiss you, even at the price. But, by Jove, you are fierce! You are like those Roman women who carry stilettos in their hair." "I came here to talk reasonably, Mr. Ramage. It is abominable." "What is the use of keeping up this note of indignation, Ann Veronica? Here I am. I am your lover, burning for you. I mean to have you. Don't frown me off now. Don't go back into Victorian respectability and pretend you don't know and you can't think and all the rest of it. One comes at last to the step from dreams to reality. This is your moment. No one will ever love you as I love you now. I have been dreaming of your body and you, night after night. I have been imagining... Mr. Ramage, I came here... I didn't suppose for one moment you would dare... Nonsense! That is your mistake. You are too intellectual. You want to do everything with your mind. You are afraid of kisses. You are afraid of the warmth in your blood. It's just because all that side of your life hasn't fairly begun." He made a step toward her. "Mr. Ramage," she said sharply, "I have to make it plain to you. I don't think you understand. I don't love you. I don't. I can't love you. I love someone else. It is repulsive. It disgusts me that you should touch me." He stared in amazement at this new aspect of the situation. "You love someone else?" he repeated. "I love someone else. I could not dream of loving you." And then he flashed his whole conception of the relations of men and women upon her in one astonishing question. His hand went with an almost instinctive inquiry to his jawbone again. "Then why the devil," he demanded, "do you let me stand you dinners and the opera? And why do you come to a cabinet particular with me?" He became radiant with anger. "You mean to tell me," he said, "that you have a lover, while I have been keeping you? Yes, keeping you!" This view of life he hurled at her as if it were an offensive missile. It stunned her. She felt she must fly before it and could no longer do so. She did not think for one moment what interpretation he might put upon the word lover. "Mr. Ramage," she said, clinging to her one point, "I want to get out of this horrible little room. It has all been a mistake. I have been stupid and foolish. Will you unlock that door?" "Never!" he said. "Confound your lover! Look here, do you really think I am going to run you while he makes love to you? No fear! I never heard of anything so cool. If he wants you, let him get you. You're mine. I've paid for you and helped you, and I'm going to conquer you somehow, if I have to break you to do it. Hitherto you've seen only my easy, kindly side, but now, confound it! How can you prevent it? I will kiss you." "You won't!" said Ann Veronica, with the clearest note of determination. He seemed to be about to move toward her. She stepped back quickly, and her hand knocked a wineglass from the table to smash noisily on the floor. She caught at the idea. "If you come a step nearer to me," she said, "I will smash every glass on this table." "Then, by God," he said, "you'll be locked up." Ann Veronica was disconcerted for a moment. She had a vision of policemen, reproving magistrates, a crowded court, public disgrace. She saw her aunt in tears, her father white-faced and hard-hit. "Don't come nearer," she said. There was a discreet knocking at the door, and Ramage's face changed. "No," she said under her breath, "you can't face it." And she knew that she was safe. He went to the door. "It's all right," he said reassuringly to the inquirer without. Ann Veronica glanced at the mirror to discover a flushed and dishevelled disorder. She began at once a hasty readjustment of her hair, while Ramage parleyed with inaudible interrogations. A glass slipped from the table, he explained. Non, pas du tout. Non, niet, bit. Oui, dans la note. Presently, presently. That conversation ended, and he turned to her again. "I am going," she said grimly, with 3 hairpins in her mouth. She took her hat from the peg in the corner and began to put it on. He regarded that perennial miracle of pinning with wrathful eyes. "Look here, Ann Veronica," he began. "I want a plain word with you about all this. Do you mean to tell me you didn't understand why I wanted you to come here?" "Not a bit of it," said Ann Veronica stoutly. "You didn't expect that I should kiss you?" "How was I to know that a man would think it was possible when there was nothing, no love?" "How did I know there wasn't love?" That silenced her for a moment. "And what on earth," he said, "do you think the world is made of? Why do you think I have been doing things for you? The abstract pleasure of goodness? Are you one of the members of that great white sisterhood that takes and does not give? The good accepting woman? Do you really suppose a girl is entitled to live at free quarters on any man she meets without giving any return?" "I thought," said Ann Veronica, "you were my friend." "Friend! What have a man and a girl in common to make them friends? Ask that lover of yours. And even with friends, would you have it all give on one side and all take on the other? Does he know I keep you? You won't have a man's lips near you, but you'll eat out of his hand fast enough." Ann Veronica was stung to helpless anger. "Mr. Ramage," she cried, "you are outrageous. You understand nothing. You are horrible. Will you let me get out of this room?" "No," cried Ramage. "Hear me out. I'll have that satisfaction anyhow. You women, with your tricks of evasion. You're a sex of swindlers. You have all the instinctive dexterity of parasites. You make yourself charming for help. You climb by disappointing men. This lover of yours he doesn't know!" cried Ann Veronica. "Well, you know." Ann Veronica could have wept with vexation. Indeed, a note of weeping broke her voice for a moment as she burst out. "You know as well as I do that money was a loan." "Loan?" "You yourself called it a loan." "Euphemism. We both understood that." "You shall have every penny of it back." "I'll frame it when I get it." "I'll pay you if I have to work at shirt making at 3 pence an hour." "You'll never pay me. You think you will. It's your way of glossing over the ethical position. It's the sort of way a woman always does gloss over her ethical positions. You're all dependents, all of you, by instinct. Only you good ones shirk. You shirk a straightforward and decent return for what you get from us, taking refuge in purity and delicacy and such like when it comes to payment." "Mr. Ramage," said Ann Veronica, "I want to go. Now." Part 5. But she did not get away just then. Ramage's bitterness passed as abruptly as his aggression. "Oh, Ann Veronica," he cried, "I cannot let you go like this. You don't understand. You can't possibly understand." He began a confused explanation, a perplexing contradictory apology for his urgency and wrath. He loved Ann Veronica, he said. He was so mad to have her that he defeated himself, and did crude and alarming and senseless things. His vicious abusiveness vanished. He suddenly became eloquent and plausible. He did make her perceive something of the acute, tormenting desire for her that had arisen in him and possessed him. She stood, as it were, directed doorward, with her eyes watching every movement, listening to him, repelled by him and yet dimly understanding. At any rate, he made it very clear that night that there was an ineradicable discord in life, a jarring something that must shatter all her dreams of a way of living for women that would enable them to be free and spacious and friendly with men. And that was the passionate predisposition of men to believe that the love of women can be earned and won and controlled and compelled. He flung aside all his talk of help and disinterested friendship, as though it had never been even a disguise between them, as though from the first it was no more than a fancy dress they had put quite understandingly upon their relationship. He had set out to win her, and she had let him start. And at the thought of that other lover, He was convinced that that beloved person was a lover, and she found herself unable to say a word to explain to him that this other person, the person she loved, did not even know of her love. Ramage grew angry and savage once more, and returned suddenly to gibe and insult. Men do services for the love of women, and the woman who takes must pay. Such was the simple code that displayed itself in all his thoughts. He left that arid rule clear of the least mist of refinement or delicacy. That he should pay £40 to help this girl who preferred another man was no less in his eyes than a fraud and mockery that made her denial a maddening and outrageous disgrace to him, and this though he was evidently passionately in love with her. For a while he threatened her. "You have put all your life in my hands," he declared. "Think of that cheque you endorsed. There it is against you. I defy you to explain it away. What do you think people will make of that? What will this lover of yours make of that?" At intervals Ann Veronica demanded to go, declaring her undying resolve to repay him at any cost, and made short movements doorward. But at last this ordeal was over, and Ramage opened the door. She emerged with a white face and wide-open eyes upon a little red-lit landing. She went past 3 keenly observant and ostentatiously preoccupied waiters, down the thick-carpeted staircase, and out of the Hotel Rococo, that remarkable laboratory of relationships, past a tall porter in blue and crimson, into a cool, clear night. Part 6. When Ann Veronica reached her little bed-sitting room again, every nerve in her body was quivering with shame and self-disgust. She threw hat and coat on the bed and sat down before the fire. "And now," she said, splintering the surviving piece of coal into indignant flame-spurting fragments with one dexterous blow, "what am I to do? I'm in a hole. Mess is a better word. Expresses it better. I'm in a mess, a nasty mess, a filthy mess. Oh, no end of a mess. Do you hear, Ann Veronica? You're in a nasty, filthy, unforgivable mess. Haven't I just made a silly mess of things? £40! I haven't got 20." She got up, stamped with her foot, and then, suddenly remembering the lodger below, sat down and wrenched off her boots. "This is what comes of being a young woman up to date. By Jove! I'm beginning to have my doubts about freedom. You silly young woman, Ann Veronica, you silly young woman. The smeariness of the thing. The smeariness of this sort of thing. Mauled about." She fell to rubbing her insulted lips savagely with the back of her hand. "Ugh!" she said. "The young women of Jane Austen's time didn't get into this sort of scrape. At least, one thinks so. I wonder if some of them did, and it didn't get reported. Aunt Jane had her quiet moments. Most of them didn't, anyhow. They were properly brought up and sat still and straight and took the luck fate brought them as gentlewomen should, and they had an idea of what men were like behind all their nicety. They knew they were all boogie in disguise. I didn't, after all." For a time her mind ran on daintiness and its defensive restraints as though it was the one desirable thing. That world of fine-printed cambrics and escorted maidens, of delicate secondary meanings and refined elusiveness, presented itself to her imagination with the brightness of a lost paradise, as indeed for many women it is a lost paradise. "I wonder if there is anything wrong with my manners," she said. "I wonder if I've been properly brought up. If I had been quite quiet and white and dignified, wouldn't it have been different? Would he have dared?" For some creditable moments in her life Ann Veronica was utterly disgusted with herself. She was wrung with a passionate and belated desire to move gently, to speak softly and vigorously, to be, in effect, prim. Horrible details recurred to her. "Why, among other things, did I put my knuckles in his neck, deliberately to hurt him?" She tried to sound the humorous note. "Are you aware, Ann Veronica, you nearly throttled that gentleman?" Then she reviled her own foolish way of putting it. "You ass and imbecile, Ann Veronica! You female cad! 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 Why aren't you folded up clean in lavender, as every young woman ought to be? What have you been doing with yourself?" She raked into the fire with the poker. "All of which doesn't help me in the slightest degree to pay back that money." That night was the most intolerable one that Ann Veronica had ever spent. She washed her face with unwonted elaboration before she went to bed. This time, there was no doubt, she did not sleep. The more she disentangled the lines of her situation, the deeper grew her self-disgust. Occasionally the mere fact of lying in bed became unendurable, and she rolled out and marched about her room and whispered abuse of herself, usually until she hit against some article of furniture. Then she would have quiet times in which she would say to herself, "Now look here, let me think it all out." For the first time, it seemed to her, she faced the facts of a woman's position in the world, the meagre realities of such freedom as it permitted her, the almost unavoidable obligation to some individual man under which she must labor for even a foothold in the world. She had flung away from her father's support with the finest assumption of personal independence, and here she was, in a mess because it had been impossible for her to avoid leaning upon another man. She had thought, what had she thought? That this dependence of women was but an illusion which needed only to be denied to vanish. She had denied it with vigor, and here she was. She did not so much exhaust this general question as pass from it to her insoluble individual problem again. What am I to do? She wanted first of all to fling the £40 back into Ramage's face, but she had spent nearly half of it, and had no conception of how such a sum could be made good again. She thought of all sorts of odd and desperate expedients, and with passionate petulance rejected them all. She took refuge in beating her pillow and inventing insulting epithets for herself. She got up, drew up her blind, and stared out of window at a dawn-cold vision of chimneys for a time, and then went and sat on the edge of her bed. What was the alternative to going home? No alternative appeared in that darkness. It seemed intolerable that she should go home and admit herself beaten. She did most urgently desire to save her face in Morningside Park, and for long hours she could think of no way of putting it that would not be in the nature of unconditional admission of defeat. "I'd rather go as a chorus girl," she said. She was not very clear about the position and duties of a chorus girl, but it certainly had the air of being a last desperate resort. There sprang from that a vague hope that perhaps she might extort a capitulation from her father by a threat to seek that position. And then with overwhelming clearness it came to her that whatever happened she would never be able to tell her father about her debt. The completest capitulation would not wipe out that trouble. And she felt that if she went home it was imperative to pay. She would always be going to and fro up the avenue, getting glimpses of Ramage, seeing him in trains. For a time she promenaded the room. Why did I ever take that loan? An idiot girl in an asylum would have known better than that. Vulgarity of soul and innocence of mind, the worst of all conceivable combinations. I wish some one would kill Ramage by accident. But then they would find that cheque endorsed in his bureau. I wonder what he will do. She tried to imagine situations that might arise out of Ramage's antagonism, for he had been so bitter and savage that she could not believe that he would leave things as they were. The next morning she went out with her post-office savings bank book and telegraphed for a warrant to draw out all the money she had in the world. It amounted to £22. She addressed an envelope to Ramage and scrawled on a half-sheet of paper, "The rest shall follow." The money would be available in the afternoon, and she would send him 4 5-pound notes. The rest she meant to keep for her immediate necessities. A little relieved by this step toward reinstatement, she went on to the Imperial College to forget her muddle of problems for a time, if she could, in the presence of Capes. Part 7. For a time the biological laboratory was full of healing virtue. Her sleepless night had left her languid but not stupefied, and for an hour or so the work distracted her altogether from her troubles. Then, after Capes had been through her work and had gone on, it came to her that the fabric of this life of hers was doomed to almost immediate collapse, that in a little while these studies would cease, and perhaps she would never set eyes on him again. After that consolations fled. The overnight nervous strain began to tell. She became inattentive to the work before her, and it did not get on. She felt sleepy and unusually irritable. She lunched at a creamery in Great Portland Street, and as the day was full of wintry sunshine, spent the rest of the lunch hour in a drowsy gloom, which she imagined to be thought upon the problems of her position, on a seat in Regent's Park. A girl of 15 or 16 gave her a handbill that she regarded as a tract until she saw "Votes for Women" at the top. That turned her mind to the more generalized aspects of her perplexities again. She had never been so disposed to agree that the position of women in the modern world is intolerable. Capes joined the students at tea, and displayed himself in an impish mood that sometimes possessed him. He did not notice that Ann Veronica was preoccupied and heavy-eyed. Miss Clegg raised the question of women's suffrage, and he set himself to provoke a duel between her and Miss Garvice. The youth with the hair brushed back and the spectacled Scotchman joined in the fray for and against the women's vote. Ever and again Capes appealed to Ann Veronica. He liked to draw her in, and she did her best to talk, but she did not talk readily, and in order to say something she plunged a little, and felt she plunged. Capes scored back with an uncompromising vigor that was his way of complimenting her intelligence. But this afternoon it discovered an unusual vein of irritability in her. He had been reading Belfort Bax and declared himself a convert. He contrasted the lot of women in general with the lot of men, presented men as patient, self-immolating martyrs, and women as the pampered favorites of nature. A vein of conviction mingled with his burlesque. For a time he and Miss Clegg contradicted one another. The question ceased to be a tea-table talk, and became suddenly tragically real for Ann Veronica. There he sat, cheerfully friendly in his sex's freedom, the man she loved, the one man she cared should unlock the way to the wide world for her imprisoned feminine possibilities, and he seemed regardless that she stifled under his eyes. He made a jest of all this passionate insurgence of the souls of women against the fate of their conditions. Miss Garvice repeated again, and almost in the same words she used at every discussion, her contribution to the great question. She thought that women were not made for the struggle and turmoil of life. Their place was the little world, the home, that their power lay not in votes but in influence over men and in making the minds of their children fine and splendid. Women should understand men's affairs, perhaps, said Miss Garvice, but to mingle in them is just to sacrifice that power of influencing they can exercise now. "There is something sound in that position," said Capes, intervening as if to defend Miss Garvice against a possible attack from Ann Veronica. "It may not be just and so forth, but, after all, it is how things are. Women are not in the world in the same sense that men are, fighting individuals in a scramble. I don't see how they can be. Every home is a little recess, a niche, out of the world of business and competition, in which women and the future shelter." "A little pit," said Ann Veronica. "A little prison." "It's just as often a little refuge. Anyhow, that is how things are." "And the man stands as the master at the mouth of the den." "As sentinel. You forget all the mass of training and tradition and instinct that go to make him a tolerable master. Nature is a mother. Her sympathies have always been feminist, and she has tempered the man to the shorn woman." "I wish," said Ann Veronica, with sudden anger, "that you could know what it is to live in a pit." She stood up as she spoke, and put down her cup beside Miss Garvice's. She addressed Capes as though she spoke to him alone. "I can't endure it," she said. Every one turned to her in astonishment. She felt she had to go on. "No man can realize," she said, "what that pit can be. The way we are led on. We are taught to believe we are free in the world, to think we are queens. Then we find out. We find out no man will treat a woman fairly as man to man. No man. He wants you, or he doesn't, and then he helps some other woman against you. What you say is probably all true and necessary, but think of the disillusionment. Except for our sex, we have minds like men, desires like men. We come out into the world, some of us." She paused. Her words, as she said them, seemed to her to mean nothing, and there was so much that struggled for expression.
"Women are mocked," she said. "Whenever they try to take hold of life a man intervenes." She felt with a sudden horror that she might weep. She wished she had not stood up. She wondered wildly why she had stood up. No one spoke, and she was impelled to flounder on. "Think of the mockery!" she said. "Think how dumb we find ourselves, and stifled. I know we seem to have a sort of freedom. Have you ever tried to run and jump in petticoats, Mr. Capes? Well, think what it must be to live in them, soul and mind and body. It's fun for a man to jest at our position." "I wasn't jesting," said Capes abruptly. She stood face to face with him. His voice cut across her speech and made her stop abruptly. She was sore and overstrung, and it was intolerable to her that he should stand within 3 yards of her, unsuspectingly, and with an incalculably vast power over her happiness. She was sore with the perplexities of her preposterous position. She was sick of herself, of her life, of everything but him, and for him all her masked and hidden being was crying out. She stopped abruptly at the sound of his voice, and lost the thread of what she was saying. In the pause she realized the attention of the others converged upon her, and that the tears were brimming over her eyes. She felt a storm of emotion surging up within her. She became aware of the Scotch student regarding her with stupendous amazement, a teacup poised in one hairy hand, and his faceted glasses showing a various enlargement of segments of his eye. The door into the passage offered itself with an irresistible invitation, the one alternative to a public, inexplicable passion of weeping. Capes flashed to an understanding of her intention, sprang to his feet, and opened the door for her retreat. Part 8. "Why should I ever come back?" she said to herself, as she went down the staircase. She went to the post office and drew out and sent off her money to Ramage, and then she came out into the street, sure only of one thing, that she could not return directly to her lodgings. She wanted air, and the distraction of having moving and changing things about her. The evenings were beginning to draw out, and it would not be dark for an hour. She resolved to walk across the park to the Zoological Gardens, and so on by way of Primrose Hill to Hampstead Heath. There she would wander about in the kindly darkness and think things out. Presently she became aware of footsteps hurrying after her, and glanced back to find Miss Clegg, a little out of breath, in pursuit. Ann Veronica halted a pace, and Miss Clegg came alongside. "Do you go across the park?" "Not usually, but I'm going to-day. I want to walk." "I'm not surprised at it. I thought Mr. Capes most trying." "Oh, it wasn't that. I've had a headache all day." "I thought Mr. Capes most unfair," Miss Clegg went on in a small, even voice. "Most unfair. I'm glad you spoke out as you did." "I didn't mind that little argument." "You gave it him well. What you said wanted saying. After you went he got up and took refuge in the preparation room, or else I would have finished him." Ann Veronica said nothing, and Miss Clegg went on. "He very often is most unfair. He has a way of sitting on people. He wouldn't be like it if people did it to him. He jumps the words out of your mouth. He takes hold of what you have to say before you have had time to express it properly." Pause. "I suppose he's frightfully clever," said Miss Clegg. "He's a fellow of the Royal Society, and he can't be much over 30, said Miss Clegg. "He writes very well," said Ann Veronica. "He can't be more than 30. He must have married when he was quite a young man." "Married?" said Ann Veronica. "Didn't you know he was married?" asked Miss Clegg, and was struck by a thought that made her glance quickly at her companion. Ann Veronica had no answer for a moment. She turned her head away sharply. Some automaton within her produced in a quite unfamiliar voice the remark, "They're playing football." "It's too far for the ball to reach us," said Miss Clegg. "I didn't know Mr. Capes was married," said Ann Veronica, resuming the conversation with an entire disappearance of her former lassitude. "Oh, yes," said Miss Clegg. "I thought every one knew." "No," said Ann Veronica offhandedly. "Never heard anything of it." I thought every one knew. I thought every one had heard about it." "But why?" "He's married and, I believe, living separated from his wife. There was a case or something some years ago." "What case?" "A divorce or something. I don't know. But I have heard that he almost had to leave the schools. If it hadn't been for Professor Russell standing up for him, they say he would have had to leave." "Was he divorced, do you mean?" "No, but he got himself mixed up in a divorce case. I forget the particulars, but I know it was something very disagreeable. It was among artistic people." Ann Veronica was silent for a while. "I thought every one had heard," said Miss Klegg, "or I wouldn't have said anything about it." "I suppose all men," said Ann Veronica, in a tone of detached criticism, "get some such entanglement. And anyhow, it doesn't matter to us." She turned abruptly at right angles to the path they followed. "This is my way back to my side of the park," she said. "I thought you were coming right across the park." "Oh, no," said Ann Veronica. "I have some work to do. I just wanted a breath of air. And they'll shut the gates presently. It's not far from twilight." Part 9. She was sitting brooding over her fire about 10 o'clock that night when a sealed and registered envelope was brought up to her. She opened it and drew out a letter, and folded within it were the notes she had sent off to Ramage that day. The letter began, "My dearest girl, I cannot let you do this foolish thing." She crumpled notes and letter together in her hand, and then with a passionate gesture flung them into the fire. Instantly she seized the poker and made a desperate effort to get them out again, but she was only able to save a corner of the letter. The £20 burned with avidity. She remained for some seconds crouching at the fender, poker in hand. "By Jove!" she said, standing up at last. "That about finishes it, Ann Veronica." End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Ann Veronica. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joy Chan. Ann Veronica by H.G. Wells. Chapter the 10th. The Suffragettes. Part 1. "There is only one way out of all this," said Ann Veronica, sitting up in her little bed in the darkness and biting at her nails. "I thought I was just up against Morningside Park and father, but it's the whole order of things, the whole blessed order of things." She shivered. She frowned and gripped her hands about her knees very tightly. Her mind developed into savage wrath at the present conditions of a woman's life. "I suppose all life is an affair of chances, but a woman's life is all chance. It's artificially chance. Find your man, that's the rule. All the rest is humbug and delicacy. He's the handle of life for you. He will let you live if it pleases him. Can't it be altered?" "I suppose an actress is free." She tried to think of some altered state of affairs in which these monstrous limitations would be alleviated, in which women would stand on their own feet in equal citizenship with men. For a time she brooded on the ideals and suggestions of the Socialists, on the vague intimations of an endowment of motherhood, of a complete relaxation of that intense individual dependence for women which is woven into the existing social order. At the back of her mind there seemed always one irrelevant qualifying spectator whose presence she sought to disregard. She would not look at him, she would not think of him. When her mind wavered, then she muttered to herself in the darkness so as to keep hold of her generalizations. It is true. It is no good waving the thing. It is true. Unless women are never to be free, never to be even respected, there must be a generation of martyrs. Why shouldn't we be martyrs? There's nothing else for most of us anyhow. It's a sort of blacklegging to want to have a life of one's own. She repeated, as if she answered an objector. A sort of blacklegging. A sex of blacklegging clients. Her mind diverged to other aspects and another type of womanhood. Poor little Miniver! What can she be but what she is? Because she states her case in a tangle, drags it through swamps of nonsense, it doesn't alter the fact that she is right. That phrase about dragging the truth through swamps of nonsense she remembered from Capes. At the recollection that it was his, she seemed to fall through a thin surface, as one might fall through the crust of a lava into glowing depths. She wallowed for a time in the thought of Capes, unable to escape from his image and the idea of his presence in her life. She let her mind run into dreams of that cloud paradise of an altered world in which the Goopes and Minivers, the Fabians and reforming people believed. Across that world was written in letters of light, endowment of motherhood. Suppose in some complex yet conceivable way women were endowed, were no longer economically and socially dependent on men. If one was free, she said, one could go to him. There's vile hovering to catch a man's eye. One could go to him and tell him one loved him. I want to love him. A little love from him would be enough. It would hurt no one. It would not burden him with any obligation. She groaned aloud and bowed her forehead to her knees. She floundered deep. She wanted to kiss his feet. His feet would have the firm texture of his hands. Then suddenly her spirit rose in revolt. "I will not have this slavery," she said. "I will not have this slavery." She shook her fist ceilingward. "Do you hear?" she said. "Whatever you are, wherever you are, I will not be slave to the thought of any man, slave to the customs of any time. Confound the slavery of sex. I am a man. I will get this under, if I am killed in doing it." She scowled into the cold blacknesses about her. "Manning," she said, and contemplated a figure of inaggressive persistence. "No." Her thoughts had turned in a new direction. "It doesn't matter," she said, after a long interval, "if they are absurd. They mean something. They mean everything that women can mean, except submission. The vote is only the beginning, the necessary beginning. If we do not begin—" She had come to a resolution. Abruptly she got out of bed, and smoothed her sheet and straightened her pillow and lay down, and fell almost instantly asleep. Part 2. The next morning was as dark and foggy as if it was mid-November instead of early March. Ann Veronica woke rather later than usual, and lay awake for some minutes before she remembered a certain resolution she had taken in the small hours. Then instantly she got out of bed and proceeded to dress. She did not start for the Imperial College. She spent the morning up to 10 in writing a series of unsuccessful letters to Ramage, which she tore up unfinished. And finally she desisted and put on her jacket and went out into the lamp-lit obscurity and slimy streets. She turned a resolute face southward. She followed Oxford Street into Holborn, and there she inquired for Chancery Lane. There she sought and at last found 107A, one of those heterogeneous piles of offices which occupy the eastern side of the lane. She studied the painted names of firms and persons and enterprises on the wall, and discovered that the Women's Bond of Freedom occupied several contiguous suites on the first floor. She went upstairs and hesitated between 4 doors with ground glass panes, each of which professed the Women's Bond of Freedom in neat black letters. She opened one and found herself in a large untidy room set with chairs that were a little disarranged as if by an overnight meeting. On the walls were notice boards bearing clusters of newspaper slips, 3 or 4 big posters of monster meetings, one of which Ann Veronica had attended with Miss Miniver, and a series of announcements in purple copying ink, and in one corner was a pile of banners. There was no one at all in this room, but through the half-open door of one of the small apartments that gave upon it she had a glimpse of 2 very young girls sitting at a littered table and writing briskly. She walked across to this apartment and, opening the door a little wider, discovered a press section of the movement at work. "I want to inquire," said Ann Veronica. "Next door," said a spectacled young person of 17 or 18, with an impatient indication of the direction. In the adjacent apartment Ann Veronica found a middle-aged woman with a tired face under the tired hat she wore, sitting at a desk opening letters, while a dusky, untidy girl of 8 or 9 and 20 hammered industriously at a typewriter. The tired woman looked up in inquiring silence at Ann Veronica's diffident entry. "I want to know more about this movement," said Ann Veronica. "Are you with us?" said the tired woman. "I don't know," said Ann Veronica. "I think I am. I want very much to do something for women, but I want to know what you are doing." The tired woman sat still for a moment. "You haven't come here to make a lot of difficulties?" she asked. "No," said Ann Veronica, "but I want to know." The tired woman shut her eyes tightly for a moment, and then looked with them at Ann Veronica. "What can you do?" she asked. "Do?" "Are you prepared to do things for us? Distribute bills, write letters, interrupt meetings, canvass at elections, face dangers?" "If I am satisfied, if we satisfy you. Then, if possible, I would like to go to prison." "It isn't nice going to prison." "It would suit me." "It isn't nice getting there." "That's a question of detail," said Ann Veronica. The tired woman looked quietly at her. "What are your objections?" she said. "It isn't objections exactly. I want to know what you are doing, how you think this work of yours really does serve women." "We are working for the equal citizenship of men and women," said the tired woman. "Women have been and are treated as the inferiors of men. We want to make them their equals." "Yes," said Ann Veronica, "I agree to that, but—" The tired woman raised her eyebrows in mild protest. "Isn't the question more complicated than that?" said Ann Veronica. "You could have a talk to Miss Kitty Brett this afternoon if you liked. Shall I make an appointment for you?" Miss Kitty Brett was one of the most conspicuous leaders of the movement. Ann Veronica snatched at the opportunity, and spent most of the intervening time in the Assyrian Court of the British Museum, reading and thinking over a little book upon the feminist movement the tired woman had made her buy. She got a bun and some cocoa in the little refreshment room, and then wandered through the galleries upstairs, crowded with Polynesian idols and Polynesian dancing garments, and all the simple immodest accessories to life in Polynesia, to a seat among the mummies. She was trying to bring her problems to a head, and her mind insisted upon being even more discursive and atmospheric than usual. It generalized everything she put to it. "Why should women be dependent on men?" she asked, and the question was at once converted into a system of variations upon the theme of why are things as they are? Why are human beings viviparous? Why are people hungry thrice a day? Why does one faint at danger? She stood for a time looking at the dry limbs and still human face of that desiccated, unwrapped mummy from the very beginnings of social life. It looked very patient, she thought, and a little self-satisfied. It looked as if it had taken its world for granted and prospered on that assumption, a world in which children were trained to obey their elders and the wills of women overruled as a matter of course. It was wonderful to think this thing had lived, had felt and suffered. Perhaps once it had desired some other human being intolerably. Perhaps some one had kissed the brow that was now so cadaverous, rubbed that sunken cheek with loving fingers, held that stringy neck with passionately living hands. But all of that was forgotten. In the end, it seemed to be thinking, they embalmed me with the utmost respect, sound spices chosen to endure, the best. I took my world as I found it. Things are so. Part 3. Ann Veronica's first impression of Kitty Brett was that she was aggressive and disagreeable. Her next was that she was a person of amazing persuasive power. She was perhaps 23 and very pink and healthy looking, showing a great deal of white and rounded neck above her businesslike but altogether feminine blouse, and a good deal of plump, gesticulating forearm out of a short sleeve. She had animated dark blue-gray eyes under her fine eyebrows, and dark brown hair that rolled back simply and effectively from her broad, low forehead. And she was about as capable of intelligent argument as a runaway steam-roller.
She was a trained being, trained by an implacable mother to one end. She spoke with fluent enthusiasm. She did not so much deal with Ann Veronica's interpolations as dispose of them with quick and use-hardened repartee, and then she went on with a fine directness to sketch the case for her agitation, for that remarkable rebellion of the women that was then agitating the whole world of politics and discussion. She assumed with a kind of mesmeric force all the propositions that Ann Veronica wanted her to define. "What do we want? What is the goal?" asked Ann Veronica. "Freedom, citizenship, and the way to that, the way to everything, is the vote." Ann Veronica said something about a general change of ideas. "How can you change people's ideas if you have no power?" said Kitty Brett. Ann Veronica was not ready enough to deal with that counterstroke. "One doesn't want to turn the whole thing into a mere sex antagonism." "When women get justice," said Kitty Brett, "there will be no sex antagonism. None at all. Until then we mean to keep on hammering away." "It seems to me that much of a woman's difficulties are economic." "That will follow," said Kitty Brett. "That will follow." She interrupted as Ann Veronica was about to speak again, with a bright contagious hopefulness. "Everything will follow," she said. "Yes," said Ann Veronica, trying to think where they were, trying to get things plain again that had seemed plain enough in the quiet of the night. "Nothing was ever done," Miss Brett asserted, "without a certain element of faith. After we have got the vote and are recognized as citizens, then we can come to all these other things." Even in the glamour of Miss Brett's assurance, it seemed to Ann Veronica that this was, after all, no more than the gospel of Miss Miniver with a new set of resonances. And like that gospel, it meant something, something different from its phrases, something elusive, and yet something that in spite of the superficial incoherence of its phrasing was largely essentially true. There was something holding women down, holding women back, and if it wasn't exactly man-made law was an aspect of it. There was something indeed holding the whole species back from the imaginable largeness of life. "The vote is the symbol of everything," said Miss Brett. She made an abrupt personal appeal. "Oh, please don't lose yourself in a wilderness of secondary considerations," she said. "Don't ask me to tell you all that women can do, all that women can be. There is a new life, different from the old life of dependence, possible. If only we are not divided, if only we work together. This is the one movement that brings women of different classes together for a common purpose. If you could see how it gives them souls, women who have taken things for granted, who have given themselves up altogether to pettiness and vanity." "Give me something to do," said Ann Veronica, interrupting her persuasions at last. "It has been very kind of you to see me, but I don't want to sit and talk and use your time any longer. I want to do something. I want to hammer myself against all this that pens women in. I feel that I shall stifle unless I can do something, and do something soon." Part 4. It was not Ann Veronica's fault that the night's work should have taken upon itself the forms of wild burlesque. She was in deadly earnest in everything she did. It seemed to her the last desperate attack upon the universe that would not let her live as she desired to live, that penned her in and controlled her, directed her and disapproved of her, the same invincible wrappering, the same leaden tyranny of a universe that she had vowed to overcome after that memorable conflict with her father at Morningside Park. She was listed for the raid. She was informed it was to be a raid upon the House of Commons, though no particulars were given her, and told to go alone to 14 Dexter Street, Westminster, and not to ask any policeman to direct her. 14 Dexter Street, Westminster, she found was not a house, but a yard in an obscure street, with big gates and the name of Podgers and Carlo, carriers and furniture removers, thereon. She was perplexed by this, and stood for some seconds in the empty street hesitating, until the appearance of another circumspect woman under the street lamp at the corner reassured her. In one of the big gates was a little door, and she rapped at this. It was immediately opened by a man with light eyelashes and a manner suggestive of restrained passion. "Come right in," he hissed under his breath, with the true conspirator's note,
closed the door very softly and pointed. "Through here." By the meagre light of a gas lamp she perceived a cobbled yard with 4 large furniture vans standing with horses and lamps alight. A slender young man wearing glasses appeared from the shadow of the nearest van. "Are you A, B, C, or D?" he asked. "They told me D," said Ann Veronica. "Through here," he said, and pointed with the pamphlet he was carrying. Ann Veronica found herself in a little stirring crowd of excited women, whispering and tittering and speaking in undertones. The light was poor, so that she saw their gleaming faces dimly and indistinctly. No one spoke to her. She stood among them, watching them and feeling curiously alien to them. The oblique, ruddy lighting distorted them oddly, made queer bars and patches of shadow upon their clothes. "It's Kitty's idea," said one. "We are to go in the vans." "Kitty is wonderful," said another. "Wonderful." "I have always longed for prison service," said a woman. "Always. From the beginning. But it's only now I'm able to do it." A little blonde creature close at hand suddenly gave way to a fit of hysterical laughter and caught up the end of it with a sob. "Before I took up the suffrage," a firm, flat voice remarked, "I could scarcely walk upstairs without palpitations." Someone hidden from Ann Veronica appeared to be marshalling the assembly. "We have to get in, I think," said a nice little old lady in a bonnet to Ann Veronica, speaking with a voice that quavered a little. "My dear, can you see in this light? I think I would like to get in. Which is C?" Ann Veronica, with a curious sinking of the heart, regarded the black cavities of the vans. Their doors stood open, and placards with big letters indicated the section assigned to each. She directed the little old woman and then made her way to Van D. A young woman with a white badge on her arm stood and counted the sections as they entered their vans. "When they tap the roof," she said in a voice of authority, "you are to come out. You will be opposite the big entrance in Old Palace Yard. It's the public entrance. You are to make for that and get into the lobby if you can, and so try and reach the floor of the House, crying 'Votes for Women' as you go." She spoke like a mistress addressing school children. "Don't bunch too much as you come out," she added. "All right?" asked the man with the light eyelashes, suddenly appearing in the doorway. He waited for an instant, wasting an encouraging smile in the imperfect light, and then shut the doors of the van, leaving the women in darkness. The van started with a jerk and rumbled on its way. "It's like Troy," said a voice of rapture. "It's exactly like Troy." Part 5. So Ann Veronica, enterprising and a little dubious as ever, mingled with the stream of history, and wrote her Christian name upon the police court records of the land. But out of a belated regard for her father, she wrote the surname of someone else. Some day, when the rewards of literature permit the arduous research required, the campaign of the women will find its Carlyle, and the particulars of that marvellous series of exploits by which Miss Brett and her colleagues nagged the whole Western world into the discussion of women's position, become the material for the most delightful and amazing descriptions. At present the world waits for that writer, and the confused record of the newspapers remains the only resource of the curious. When he comes he will do that raid of the Pantechnicons the justice it deserves. He will picture the orderly evening scene about the Imperial Legislature in convincing detail, the coming and going of cabs and motor cabs and broughams through the chill, damp evening into New Palace Yard, the reinforced but untroubled and unsuspecting police about the entries of those great buildings whose square and panelled Victorian Gothic streams up from the glare of the lamps into the murkiness of the night. Big Ben shining overhead, an unassailable beacon, and the incidental traffic of Westminster, cabs, carts, and glowing omnibuses going to and from the bridge. About the Abbey and Abingdon Street stood the outer pickets and detachments of the police, their attention all directed westward to where the women in Caxton Hall, Westminster, hummed like an angry hive. Squads reached to the very portal of that centre of disturbance, and through all these defences and into Old Palace Yard, into the very vitals of the defenders' position, lumbered the unsuspected vans. They travelled past the few idle sightseers who had braved the uninviting evening to see what the suffragettes might be doing. They pulled up unchallenged within 30 yards of those coveted portals. And then they disgorged. Were I a painter of subject pictures, I would exhaust all my skill in proportion and perspective and atmosphere upon the august seat of empire. I would present it grey and dignified and immense and respectable beyond any mere verbal description. And then, in vivid black and very small, I would put in those valiantly impertinent vans, squatting at the base of its altitudes and pouring out a swift, straggling rush of ominous little black objects, minute figures of determined women at war with the universe. Ann Veronica was in their very forefront. In an instant the expectant calm of Westminster was ended, and the very speaker in the chair blenched at the sound of the policemen's whistles. The bolder members in the House left their places to go lobbyward, grinning. Others pulled hats over their noses, cowered in their seats, and feigned that all was right with the world. In Old Palace Yard everybody ran. They either ran to see or ran for shelter. Even 2 Cabinet Ministers took to their heels, grinning insincerely. At the opening of the van doors and the emergence into the fresh air, Ann Veronica's doubt and depression gave place to the wildest exhilaration. That same adventurousness that had already buoyed her through crises that would have overwhelmed any normally feminine girl with shame and horror now became uppermost again. Before her was a great Gothic portal. Through that she had to go. Past her shot the little old lady in the bonnet, running incredibly fast, but otherwise still alertly respectable, and she was making a strange threatening sound as she ran, such as one would use in driving ducks out of a garden. Brrr! And pawing with black-gloved hands. The policemen were closing in from the sides to intervene. The little old lady struck like a projectile upon the resounding chest of the foremost of these, and then Ann Veronica had got past and was ascending the steps. Then most horribly she was clasped about the waist from behind and lifted from the ground. At that a new element poured into her excitement, an element of wild disgust and terror. She had never experienced anything so disagreeable in her life as the sense of being held helplessly off her feet. She screamed involuntarily. She had never in her life screamed before. And then she began to wriggle and fight like a frightened animal against the men who were holding her. The affair passed at one leap from a spree to a nightmare of violence and disgust. Her hair got loose, her hat came over one eye, and she had no arm free to replace it. She felt she must suffocate if these men did not put her down, and for a time they would not put her down. Then, with an indescribable relief, her feet were on the pavement, and she was being urged along by 2 policemen, who were gripping her wrists in an irresistible, expert manner. She was writhing to get her hands loose, and found herself gasping with passionate violence, "It's damnable! Damnable!" to the manifest disgust of the fatherly policeman on her right. Then they had released her arms and were trying to push her away. "You be off, missy," said the fatherly policeman. "This ain't no place for you." He pushed her a dozen yards along the greasy pavement with flat, well-trained hands that there seemed to be no opposing. Before her stretched blank spaces, dotted with running people coming toward her, and below them railings and a statue. She almost submitted to this ending of her adventure, but at the word home she turned again. "I won't go home," she said. "I won't." And she evaded the clutch of the fatherly policeman and tried to thrust herself past him in the direction of that big portal. "Steady on!" he cried. A diversion was created by the violent struggles of the little old lady. She seemed to be endowed with superhuman strength. A knot of 3 policemen in conflict with her staggered toward Ann Veronica's attendants and distracted their attention. "I will be arrested! I won't go home!" the little old lady was screaming over and over again. They put her down, and she leapt at them. She smote her helmet to the ground. "You'll have to take her!" shouted an inspector on horseback, and she echoed his cry. "You'll have to take me!" They seized upon her and lifted her, and she screamed. Ann Veronica became violently excited at the sight. "You cowards!" said Ann Veronica. "Put her down!" and tore herself from a detaining hand and battered with her fists upon the big red ear and blue shoulder of the policeman who held the little old lady. So Ann Veronica also was arrested. And then came the vile experience of being forced and borne along the street to the police station. Whatever anticipation Ann Veronica had formed of this vanished in their reality. Presently she was going through a swaying, noisy crowd, whose faces grinned and stared pitilessly in the light of the electric standards. "Go it, miss!" cried one. "Kick out at 'em!" Though indeed she went now with Christian meekness, resenting only the thrusting policeman's hands. Several people in the crowd seemed to be fighting. Insulting cries became frequent and various, but for the most part she could not understand what was said. "Who'll mind the baby now?" was one of the night's inspirations, and very frequent. A lean young man in spectacles pursued her for some time, crying, "Courage! Courage!" Somebody threw a dab of mud at her, and some of it got down her neck. Immeasurable disgust possessed her. She felt draggled and insulted beyond redemption. She could not hide her face. She attempted, by a sheer act of will, to end the scene, to will herself out of it anywhere. She had a horrible glimpse of the once nice little old lady being also borne stationward, still faintly battling and very muddy, one lock of greyish hair straggling over her neck, her face, scared, white, but triumphant. Her bonnet dropped off and was trampled into the gutter. A little Cockney recovered it and made ridiculous attempts to get to her and replace it. "You must arrest me!" she gasped breathlessly, insisting insanely on a point already carried. "You shall!" The police station at the end seemed to Ann Veronica like a refuge from unnameable disgraces. She hesitated about her name, and, being prompted, gave it at last as Ann Veronica Smith, 107A, Chancery Lane. Indignation carried her through that night, that men and the world could so entreat her. The arrested women were herded in a passage of the Panton Street police station that opened upon a cell too unclean for occupation, and most of them spent the night standing. Hot coffee and cakes were sent in to them in the morning by some intelligent sympathizer, or she would have starved all day. Submission to the inevitable carried her through the circumstances of her appearance before the magistrate. He was no doubt doing his best to express the attitude of society toward these wearily heroic defendants, but he seemed to be merely rude and unfair to Ann Veronica. He was not, it seemed, the proper stipendiary at all, and there had been some demur to his jurisdiction that ruffled him. He resented being regarded as irregular. He felt he was human wisdom prudentially interpolated. "You silly women," he said over and over again throughout the hearing, plucking at his blotting pad with busy hands. "You silly creatures! Ugh! Fie upon you!" The court was crowded with people, for the most part supporters and admirers of the defendants, and the man with the light eyelashes was conspicuously active and omnipresent. Ann Veronica's appearance was brief and undistinguished. She had nothing to say for herself. She was guided into the dock and prompted by a helpful police inspector. She was aware of the body of the court, of clerks seated at a black table littered with papers, of policemen standing about stiffly with expressions of conscious integrity, and a murmuring background of the heads and shoulders of spectators close behind her. On a high chair behind the raised counter the stipendiary substitute regarded her malevolently over his glasses. A disagreeable young man with red hair and a loose mouth, seated at the reporter's table, was only too manifestly sketching her. She was interested by the swearing of the witnesses. The kissing of the book struck her as particularly odd. And then the policemen gave their evidence in staccato jerks and stereotyped phrases. "Have you anything to ask the witness?" asked the helpful inspector. The ribald demons that infested the back of Ann Veronica's mind urged various facetious interrogations upon her, as, for example, where the witness had acquired his prose style. She controlled herself and answered meekly, "No." "Well, Ann Veronica Smith," the magistrate remarked when the case was all before him, "you're a good-looking, strong, respectable gal, and it's a pity you silly young women can't find something better to do with your exuberance. 22! Can't imagine what your parents can be thinking about to let you get into these scrapes."
Ann Veronica's mind was filled with confused, unutterable replies.
"You are persuaded to come and take part in these outrageous proceedings. Many of you, I am convinced, have no idea whatever of their nature. I don't suppose you could tell me even the derivation of suffrage if I asked you. No, not even the derivation. But the fashion's been set, and in it you must be."
The men at the reporters' table lifted their eyebrows, smiled faintly, and leaned back to watch how she took her scolding. One with the appearance of a bald little gnome yawned agonizingly. They had got all this down already. They heard the substance of it now for the 14th time. The stipendiary would have done it all very differently. She found presently she was out of the dock and confronted with the alternative of being bound over in one surety for the sum of £40, whatever that might mean, or a month's imprisonment. "Second class," said someone, but first and second were all alike to her. She elected to go to prison. At last, after a long rumbling journey in a stuffy windowless van, she reached Canongate Prison, for Holloway had its quota already. It was bad luck to go to Canongate. Prison was beastly. Prison was bleak without spaciousness, and pervaded by a faint, oppressive smell, and she had to wait 2 hours in the sullenly defiant company of 2 unclean women thieves before a cell could be assigned to her. Its dreariness, like the filthiness of the police cell, was a discovery for her. She had imagined that prisons were white-tiled places reeking of lime-wash and immaculately sanitary. Instead, they appeared to be at the hygienic level of tramps' lodging-houses. She was bathed in turbid water that had already been used. She was not allowed to bathe herself. Another prisoner, with a privileged manner, washed her. Conscientious objectors to that process are not permitted, she found, in Canongate. Her hair was washed for her also. Then they dressed her in a dirty dress of coarse serge and a cap, and took away her own clothes. The dress came to her only too manifestly unwashed from its former wearer. Even the underlinen they gave her seemed unclean. Horrible memories of things seen beneath the microscope of the baser forms of life crawled across her mind and set her shuddering with imagined irritations. She sat on the edge of the bed. The wardress was too busy with the flood of arrivals that day to discover that she had it down, and her skin was shivering from the contact of these garments. She surveyed accommodation that seemed at first merely austere, and became more and more manifestly inadequate as the moments fled by. She meditated profoundly through several enormous cold hours on all that had happened and all that she had done since the swirl of the suffrage movement had submerged her personal affairs. Very slowly emerging out of a phase of stupefaction, these personal affairs and her personal problem resumed possession of her mind. She had imagined she had drowned them altogether. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Ann Veronica. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joy Chan. Ann Veronica by H.G. Wells. Chapter the 11th. Thoughts in Prison. Part 1. The first night in prison she found it impossible to sleep. The bed was hard beyond any experience of hers, the bedclothes coarse and insufficient, the cell at once cold and stuffy. The little grating in the door, the sense of constant inspection, worried her. She kept opening her eyes and looking at it. She was fatigued physically and mentally, and neither mind nor body could rest. She became aware that at regular intervals a light flashed upon her face, and a bodiless eye regarded her, and this, as the night wore on, became a torment. Capes came back into her mind. He haunted a state between hectic dreaming and mild delirium, and she found herself talking aloud to him. All through the night an entirely impossible and monumental Capes confronted her, and she argued with him about men and women. She visualized him as in a policeman's uniform and quite impassive. On some insane score she fancied she had to state her case in verse.
"We are the music and you are the instrument," she said. "We are verse and you are prose. For men have reason, women rhyme. A man scores always, all the time." This couplet sprang into her mind from nowhere, and immediately begot an endless series of similar couplets that she began to compose and address to Capes. They came teeming distressfully through her aching brain. A man can kick, his skirts don't tear. A man scores always, everywhere. His dress for no man lays a snare. A man scores always, everywhere. For hats that fail and hats that flare, toppers their universal wear. A man scores always, everywhere. Men's waists are neither here nor there. A man scores always, everywhere. A man can manage without hair. A man scores always, everywhere. There are no males at men to stare. A man scores always, everywhere. And children must we women bear. "Oh, damn!" she cried, as the 101st couplet or so presented itself in her unwilling brain. For a time she worried about that compulsory bath and cutaneous diseases. Then she fell into a fever of remorse for the habit of bad language she had acquired. A man can smoke, a man can swear, a man scores always, everywhere. She rolled over on her face and stuffed her fingers in her ears to shut out the rhythm from her mind. She lay still for a long time, her mind resumed at a more tolerable pace. She found herself talking to Capes in an undertone of rational admission. "There is something to be said for the ladylike theory after all," she admitted. "Women ought to be gentle and submissive persons, strong only in virtue and in resistance to evil compulsion. My dear, I can call you that here anyhow. I know that. The Victorians overdid it a little, I admit. Their idea of maidenly innocence was just a blank white, the sort of flat white that doesn't shine. But that doesn't alter the fact that there is innocence. And I've read and thought and guessed and looked, until my innocence, it's smirched. Smirched! You see, dear, one is passionately anxious for something. What is it? One wants to be clean. You want me to be clean. You would want me to be clean if you gave me a thought, that is. I wonder if you give me a thought. I'm not a good woman. I don't mean I'm not a good woman. I mean that I'm not a good woman. My poor brain is so mixed, dear. I hardly know what I'm saying. I mean I'm not a good specimen of a woman. I've got a streak of male. Things happen to women, proper women, and all they have to do is to take them well. They've just got to keep white. But I'm always trying to make things happen, and I get myself dirty. It's all dirt that washes off, dear, but it's dirt. The white, unaggressive woman who corrects and nurses and serves and is worshipped and betrayed, the martyr queen of men, the white mother. You can't do that sort of thing unless you do it over religion, and there's no religion in me, of that sort, worth a rap. I'm not gentle, certainly not a gentlewoman. I'm not coarse, no, but I've got no purity of mind, no real purity of mind. A good woman's mind has angels with flaming swords at the portals to keep out fallen thoughts. I wonder if there are any good women really. I wish I didn't swear. I do swear. It began as a joke. It developed into a sort of secret and private bad manners. It's got to be at last like tobacco ash over all my sayings and doings. "Go it, missy," they said. "Kick out." I swore at that policeman and disgusted him. Disgusted him! For men policemen never blush. A man in all things scores so much. Damn! Things are getting plainer. It must be the dawn creeping in. Now here hath been dawning another blue day. I'm just a poor woman. Please take it away. Oh, sleep! 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 Part 2. "Now," said Ann Veronica, after the half-hour of exercise, and sitting on the uncomfortable wooden seat without a back that was her perch by day, "it's no good staying here in a sort of maze. I've got nothing to do for a month but think. I may as well think. I ought to be able to think things out. How shall I put the question? What am I? What have I got to do with myself? I wonder if many people have thought things out. Are we all just seizing hold of phrases and obeying moods? It wasn't so with old-fashioned people. They knew right from wrong. They had a clear-cut religious faith that seemed to explain everything and give a rule for everything. We haven't. I haven't, anyhow, and it's no good pretending there is one when there isn't. I suppose I believe in God. Never really thought about him. People don't. I suppose my creed is, I believe rather indistinctly in God the Father Almighty, the substratum of the evolutionary process, and, in a vein of vague sentimentality that doesn't give a datum for anything at all, in Jesus Christ, his Son. It's no sort of good, Ann Veronica, pretending one does believe when one doesn't. And as for praying for faith, this sort of monologue is about as near as any one of my sort ever gets to prayer. Aren't I asking? Asking plainly now. We've all been mixing our ideas, and we've got that intellectual hot coppers, every blessed one of us. A confusion of motives, that's what I am. There's this absurd craving for Mr. Capes. The Capes crave, they would call it in America. Why do I want him so badly? Why do I want him and think about him and fail to get away from him? It isn't all of me. The first person you love, Ann Veronica, is yourself. Get hold of that. The soul you have to save is Ann Veronica's soul. She knelt upon the floor of her cell and clasped her hands and remained for a long time in silence. "Oh, God," she said at last, "how I wish I had been taught to pray." Part 3. She had some idea of putting these subtle and difficult issues to the chaplain when she was warned of his advent, but she had not reckoned with the etiquette of Canongate. She got up as she had been told to do at his appearance, and he amazed her by sitting down, according to custom, on her stool. He still wore his hat to show that the days of miracles and Christ being civil to sinners are over for ever. She perceived that his countenance was only composed by a great effort, his features severely compressed. He was ruffled, and his ears were red, no doubt from some adjacent controversy. He classified her as he seated himself. "Another young woman, I suppose," he said, "who knows better than her Maker about her place in the world. Have you anything to ask me?" Ann Veronica readjusted her mind hastily. Her back stiffened. She produced from the depths of her pride the ugly investigatory note of the modern district visitor. "Are you a special sort of clergyman?" she said after a pause, and looking down her nose at him. "Or do you go to the universities?" "Oh!" he said, profoundly. He panted for a moment with unuttered replies, and then, with a scornful gesture, got up and left the cell. So that Ann Veronica was not able to get the expert advice she certainly needed upon her spiritual state. Part 4. After a day or so she thought more steadily. She found herself in a phase of violent reaction against the suffrage movement, a phase greatly promoted by one of those unreasonable objections people of Ann Veronica's temperament take at times, to the girl in the next cell to her own. She was a large, resilient girl with a foolish smile, a still more foolish expression of earnestness, and a throaty contralto voice. She was noisy and hilarious and enthusiastic, and her hair was always abominably done. In the chapel she sang with an open-lunged gusto that silenced Ann Veronica altogether, and in the exercising yard slouched round with carelessly dispersed feet. Ann Veronica decided that hoydenish ragger was the only phrase to express her. She was always breaking rules, whispering asides, intimating signals. She became at times an embodiment for Ann Veronica of all that made the suffrage movement defective and unsatisfying. She was always initiating petty breaches of discipline. Her greatest exploit was the howling before the midday meal. This was an imitation of the noises made by the carnivora at the Zoological Gardens at feeding time. Their idea was taken up by prisoner after prisoner, until the whole place was alive with barkings, yappings, roarings, pelican chatterings, and feline yowlings, interspersed with shrieks of hysterical laughter. To many in that crowded solitude it came as an extraordinary relief. It was better even than the hymn-singing, but it annoyed Ann Veronica. "Idiots!" she said when she heard this pandemonium, and with particular reference to this young lady with the throaty contralto next door. "Intolerable idiots!" It took some days for this phase to pass, and it left some scars and something like a decision. "Violence won't do it," said Ann Veronica. "Begin violence and the woman goes under. But all the rest of our case is right. Yes." As the long solitary days wore on, Ann Veronica found a number of definite attitudes and conclusions in her mind. One of these was the classification of women into women who are and women who are not hostile to men. "The real reason why I am out of place here," she said, "is because I like men. I can talk with them. I've never found them hostile. I've got no feminine class feeling. I don't want any laws or freedoms to protect me from a man like Mr. Capes. I know that in my heart I would take whatever he gave. A woman wants a proper alliance with a man who is better stuff than herself. She wants that and needs it more than anything else in the world. It may not be just, it may not be fair, but things are so. It isn't law nor custom nor masculine violence settled that. It is just how things happen to be. She wants to be free. She wants to be legally and economically free, so as not to be subject to the wrong man. But only God, who made the world, can alter things to prevent her being slave to the right one. And if she can't have the right one? We've developed such a quality of preference." She rubbed her knuckles into her forehead. "Oh, but life is difficult," she groaned. "When you loosen the tangle in one place, you tie a knot in another. Before there is any change, any real change, I shall be dead, dead, dead and finished, 200 years." Part 5. One afternoon, while everything was still, the wardress heard her cry out suddenly and alarmingly, and with great and unmistakable passion, "Why in the name of goodness did I burn that £20?" Part 6. She sat regarding her dinner. The meat was coarse and disagreeably served. "I suppose someone makes a bit on the food," she said. "One has such ridiculous ideas of the wicked common people and the beautiful machinery of order that ropes them in. And here are these places, full of contagion. Of course, this is the real texture of life. This is what we refined, secure people forget. We think the whole thing is straight and noble at bottom, and it isn't. We think if we just defy the friends we have and go out into the world, everything will become easy and splendid. One doesn't realize that even the sort of civilization one has at Morningside Park is held together with difficulty. By policemen one mustn't shock. This isn't a world for an innocent girl to walk about in. It's a world of dirt and skin diseases and parasites. It's a world in which the law can be a stupid pig and the police stations dirty dens. One wants helpers and protectors. And clean water. Am I becoming reasonable, or am I being tamed? I'm simply discovering that life is many-sided and complex and puzzling. I thought one had only to take it by the throat. It hasn't got a throat." Part 7. One day the idea of self-sacrifice came into her head, and she made, she thought, some important moral discoveries. It came with an extreme effect of rediscovery, a remarkable novelty. "What have I been all this time?" she asked herself, and answered, "Just stark egotism, crude assertion of Ann Veronica, without a modest rag of religion or discipline or respect for authority to cover me." It seemed to her as though she had at last found the touchstone of conduct. She perceived she had never really thought of any one but herself in all her acts and plans. Even Capes had been for her merely an excitant to passionate love, a mere idol at whose feet one could enjoy imaginative wallowings. She had set out to get a beautiful life, a free, untrammelled life, self-development without counting the cost either for herself or others. "I have hurt my father," she said. "I have hurt my aunt. I have hurt and snubbed poor Teddy. I've made no one happy. I deserve pretty much what I've got. If only because of the way one hurts others if one kicks loose and free, one has to submit. Broken-in people. I suppose the world is just all egotistical children and broken-in people. Your little flag of pride must flutter down with the rest of them, Ann Veronica.
Compromise and kindness. Compromise and kindness. Who are you that the world should lie down at your feet? You've got to be a decent citizen, Ann Veronica. Take your half-loaf with the others. You mustn't go clawing after a man that doesn't belong to you, that isn't even interested in you. That's one thing clear. You've got to take the decent, reasonable way. You've got to adjust yourself to the people God has set about you. Everyone else does. She thought more and more along that line. There was no reason why she shouldn't be Capes' friend. He did like her anyhow. He was always pleased to be with her. There was no reason why she shouldn't be his restrained and dignified friend. After all, that was life. Nothing was given away, and no one came so rich to the stall as to command all that it had to offer. Every one has to make a deal with the world. It would be very good to be Capes' friend. She might be able to go on with biology, possibly even work upon the same questions that he dealt with. Perhaps her granddaughter might marry his grandson. It grew clear to her that throughout all her wild raid for independence she had done nothing for anybody, and many people had done things for her. She thought of her aunt and that purse that was dropped on the table, of the many troublesome and ill-requited kindnesses, the thought of the help of the Widgetts, of Teddy's admiration. She thought with a new-born charity of her father, of Manning's conscientious unselfishness, of Miss Miniver's devotion. And for me it has been pride and pride and pride. I am the prodigal daughter. I will arise and go to my father, and will say unto him, I suppose pride and self-assertion are sin. Sinned against heaven. Yes, I have sinned against heaven and before thee. Poor old Daddy! I wonder if he'll spend much on the fatted calf. The rapid life discipline! One comes to that at last. I begin to understand Jane Austen and chintz covers and decency and refinement and all the rest of it. One puts gloves on one's greedy fingers. One learns to sit up. And somehow or other, she added after a long interval, I must pay Mr. Ramage back his £40. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Ann Veronica. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joy Chan. Ann Veronica by H.G. Wells. Chapter the 12th. Ann Veronica puts things in order. Part 1. Ann Veronica made a strenuous attempt to carry out her good resolutions. She meditated long and carefully upon her letter to her father before she wrote it, and gravely and deliberately again before she dispatched it. "My dear father," she wrote, "I have been thinking hard about everything since I was sent to this prison. All these experiences have taught me a great deal about life and realities. I see that compromise is more necessary to life than I ignorantly supposed it to be, and I have been trying to get Lord Morley's book on that subject, but it does not appear to be available in the prison library, and the chaplain seems to regard him as an undesirable writer." At this point she had perceived that she was drifting from her subject. "I must read him when I come out, but I see very clearly that as things are a daughter is necessarily dependent on her father and bound while she is in that position to live harmoniously with his ideals." "Bit starchy," said Ann Veronica, and altered the key abruptly. Her concluding paragraph was, on the whole, perhaps, hardly starchy enough. "Really, Daddy, I am sorry for all I have done to put you out. May I come home and try to be a better daughter to you? Ann Veronica." Part 2. Her aunt came to meet her outside Canongate, and, being a little confused between what was official and what was merely a rebellious slight upon our national justice, found herself involved in a triumphal procession to the Vindicator Vegetarian Restaurant, and was specifically and personally cheered by a small shabby crowd outside that rendezvous. They decided quite audibly, "She's an old dear anyhow. Voting wouldn't do it no harm to her." She was on the very verge of a vegetarian meal before she recovered her head again. Obeying some fine instinct, she had come to the prison in a dark veil, but she had pushed this up to kiss Ann Veronica, and never drawn it down again. Eggs were procured for her, and she sat out the subsequent emotions and eloquence with the dignity becoming an injured lady of good family. The quiet encounter and homecoming Ann Veronica and she had contemplated was entirely disorganized by this misadventure. There were no adequate explanations, and after they had settled things at Ann Veronica's lodgings, they reached home in the early afternoon, estranged and depressed, with headaches and the trumpet voice of the indomitable Kitty Brett still ringing in their ears. "Dreadful women, my dear," said Miss Stanley, "and some of them quite pretty and well dressed. No need to do such things. We must never let your father know we went. Why ever did you let me get into that wagonette?" "I thought we had to," said Ann Veronica, who had also been a little under the compulsion of the marshals of the occasion. "It was very tiring." "We will have some tea in the drawing-room as soon as ever we can, and I will take my things off. I don't think I shall ever care for this bonnet again. We'll have some buttered toast. Your poor cheeks are quite sunken and hollow." Part 3. When Ann Veronica found herself in her father's study that evening, it seemed to her for a moment as though all the events of the past 6 months had been a dream. The big grey spaces of London, the shop-lit, greasy, shining streets, had become very remote. The biological laboratory with its work and emotions, the meetings and discussions, the rides in hansoms with Ramage, were like things in a book, read and closed. The study seemed absolutely unaltered. There was still the same lamp with a little chip out of the shade, still the same gas fire, still the same bundle of blue and white papers, it seemed, with the same pink tape about them, at the elbow of the armchair, still the same father. He sat in much the same attitude, and she stood just as she had stood when he told her she could not go to the Fadden dance. Both had dropped the rather elaborate politeness of the dining-room, and in their faces an impartial observer would have discovered little lines of obstinate wilfulness in common, a certain hardness, sharp indeed in the father and softly rounded in the daughter, but hardness nevertheless, that made every compromise a bargain and every charity a discount. "And so you have been thinking," her father began, quoting her letter and looking over his slanting glasses at her. "Well, my girl, I wish you had thought about all these things before these bothers began." Ann Veronica perceived that she must not forget to remain eminently reasonable. "One has to live and learn," she remarked, with a passable imitation of her father's manner. "So long as you learn," said Mr. Stanley. Their conversation hung. "I suppose, Daddy, you've no objection to my going on with my work at the Imperial College?" she asked. "If it will keep you busy," he said, with a faintly ironical smile. "The fees are paid to the end of the session." He nodded twice with his eyes on the fire, as though that was a formal statement. "You may go on with that work," he said, "so long as you keep in harmony with things at home. I'm convinced that much of Russell's investigations are on wrong lines, unsound lines. Still, you must learn for yourself. You're of age. You're of age." "The work's almost essential for the Bachelor of Science exam." "It's scandalous, but I suppose it is." The agreement so far seemed remarkable, and yet as a homecoming the thing was a little lacking in warmth. But Ann Veronica had still to get to her chief topic. They were silent for a time. "It's a period of crude views and crude work," said Mr. Stanley. "Still, these Mendelian fellows seem likely to give Mr. Russell trouble, a good lot of trouble. Some of their specimens. Wonderfully selected, wonderfully got up." "Daddy," said Ann Veronica, "these affairs, being away from home has cost money. I thought you would find that out." "As a matter of fact, I happen to have got a little debt." "Never!" Her heart sank at the change in his expression. "Well, lodgings and things. And I paid my fees at the college." Yes, but how could you get... Who gave you credit?" "You see," said Ann Veronica, "my landlady kept on my room while I was in Holloway, and the fees for the college mounted up pretty considerably." She spoke rather quickly, because she found her father's question the most awkward she had ever had to answer in her life. "Molly and you settled about the rooms. She said you had some money." "I borrowed it," said Ann Veronica in a casual tone, with white despair in her heart. "But who could have lent you money?" "I pawned my pearl necklace. I got £3, and there's 3 on my watch." £6. Got the tickets?" "Yes, but then you said you borrowed." "I did, too," said Ann Veronica. "Who from?" She met his eye for a second, and her heart failed her. The truth was impossible, indecent. If she mentioned Ramage he might have a fit. Anything might happen. She lied. "The Widgetts," she said. "Tut, tut," he said. "Really, Vee, you seem to have advertised our relations pretty generally." They knew, of course, because of the dance." She knew £40 was a quite impossible sum for their neighbors. She knew, too, she must not hesitate. £8, she plunged, and added foolishly, £15 will see me clear of everything." She muttered some unladylike comment upon herself under her breath, and engaged in secret additions. Mr. Stanley determined to improve the occasion. He seemed to deliberate. "Well," he said at last slowly, "I'll pay it. I'll pay it. But I do hope, Vee, I do hope this is the end of these adventures. I hope you have learned your lesson now and come to see, come to realize how things are. People, nobody can do as they like in this world. Everywhere there are limitations." "I know," said Ann Veronica. £15! "I have learned that. I mean to do what I can. £15. 15 from 40 is 25." He hesitated. She could think of nothing more to say. "Well," she achieved at last, "here goes for the new life." "Here goes for the new life," he echoed, and stood up. Father and daughter regarded each other warily, each more than a little insecure with the other. He made a movement toward her, and then recalled the circumstances of their last conversation in that study. She saw his purpose, and his doubt, hesitated also, and then went to him, took his coat lapels, and kissed him on the cheek. "Ah, Vee," he said, "that's better," and kissed her back rather clumsily. "We're going to be sensible." She disengaged herself from him and went out of the room with a grave, preoccupied expression. £15! And she wanted 40.
Part 4. It was, perhaps, the natural consequence of a long and tiring and exciting day that Ann Veronica should pass a broken and distressful night, a night in which the noble and self-subduing resolutions of Canongate displayed themselves for the first time in an atmosphere of almost lurid dismay. Her father's peculiar stiffness of soul presented itself now as something altogether left out of the calculations upon which her plans were based, and, in particular, she had not anticipated the difficulty she would find in borrowing the £40 she needed for Ramage. That had taken her by surprise, and her tired wits had failed her. She was to have £15 and no more. She knew that to expect more now was like anticipating a gold mine in the garden. The chance had gone. It became suddenly glaringly apparent to her that it was impossible to return £15 or any sum less than £20 to Ramage. Absolutely impossible. She realized that with a pang of disgust and horror. Already she had sent him £20, and never written to explain to him why it was she had not sent it back sharply directly he returned it. She ought to have written at once and told him exactly what had happened. Now if she sent £15, the suggestion that she had spent a £5 note in the meanwhile would be irresistible. No, that was impossible. She would just have to keep the £15 until she could make it 20. That might happen on her birthday in August. she turned about and was persecuted by visions, half memories, half dreams of Ramage. He became ugly and monstrous, dunning her, threatening her, assailing her. "Confound sex from first to last," said Ann Veronica. "Why can't we propagate by sexless spores as the ferns do? We restrict each other, we badger each other. Friendship is poisoned and buried under it. I must pay off that £40. I must." For a time there seemed no comfort for her even in Capes. She was to see Capes to-morrow, but now, in this state of misery she had achieved, she felt assured he would turn his back upon her, take no notice of her at all. And if he didn't, what was the good of seeing him? "I wish he was a woman," she said. "Then I could make him my friend. I want him as my friend. I want to talk to him and go about with him. Just go about with him." She was silent for a time with her nose on the pillow, and that brought her to. "What's the good of pretending? I love him," she said aloud to the dim forms of her room, and repeated it, and went on to imagine herself doing acts of tragically dog-like devotion to the biologist, who, for the purposes of the drama, remained entirely unconscious of and indifferent to her proceedings. At last some anodyne formed itself from these exercises, and, with eyelashes wet with such feeble tears as only 3 o'clock in the morning pathos can distill, she fell asleep. Part 5. Pursuant to some altogether private calculations, she did not go up to the Imperial College until after midday, and she found the laboratory deserted, even as she desired. She went to the table under the end window at which she had been accustomed to work, and found it swept and garnished with full bottles of reagents. Everything was very neat. It had evidently been straightened up and kept for her. She put down the sketch-book and apparatus she had brought with her, pulled out her stool, and sat down. As she did so the preparation-room door opened behind her. She heard it open, but as she felt unable to look round in a careless manner, she pretended not to hear it. Then Capes' footsteps approached. She turned with an effort. "I expected you this morning," he said. "I saw they knocked off your fetters yesterday." "I think it is very good of me to come this afternoon." "I began to be afraid you might not come at all." "Afraid?" "Yes. I'm glad you're back for all sorts of reasons." He spoke a little nervously. "Among other things, you know, I didn't understand that you were so keenly interested in this suffrage question. I have it on my conscience that I offended you." "Offended me when?" "I've been haunted by the memory of you. I was rude and stupid. We were talking about the suffrage, and I rather scoffed." "You weren't rude," she said. "I didn't know you were so keen on this suffrage business." "Nor I. You haven't had it on your mind all this time." "I have rather. I felt somehow I'd hurt you." "You didn't. I hurt myself." "I mean?" "I behaved like an idiot, that's all. My nerves were in rags. I was worried. We're the hysterical animal, Mr. Capes. I got myself locked up, to cool off, by a sort of instinct, as a dog eats grass. I'm right again now." "Because your nerves were exposed, that was no excuse for my touching them. I ought to have seen—" "It doesn't matter a rap if you're not disposed to resent the way I behaved." "I resent?" "I was only sorry I'd been so stupid." "Well, I take it we're straight again," said Capes with a note of relief, and assumed an easier position on the edge of her table. "But if you weren't keen on the suffrage business, why on earth did you go to prison?" Ann Veronica reflected. "It was a phase," she said. He smiled. "It's a new phase in the life history," he remarked. "Everybody seems to have it now. Everybody who's going to develop into a woman." "There's Miss Garvice." "She's coming on," said Capes. "And you know, you're altering us all. I'm shaken. The campaign's a success." He met her questioning eye and repeated, "Oh, it is a success. A man is so apt to take women a little too lightly, unless they remind him now and then not to. You did." "Then I didn't waste my time in prison altogether." "It wasn't the prison impressed me, but I liked the things you said here. I felt suddenly I understood you, as an intelligent person, if you'll forgive my saying that, and implying what goes with it. There's something puppyish in a man's usual attitude to women. That is what I've had on my conscience. I don't think we're altogether to blame if we don't take some of your lot seriously. Some of your sex, I mean. But we smirk a little, I'm afraid, habitually when we talk to you. We smirk, and we're a bit furtive." He paused, with his eyes studying her gravely. "You, anyhow, don't deserve it," he said. Their colloquy was ended abruptly by the apparition of Miss Klegg at the further door. When she saw Ann Veronica, she stood for a moment as if entranced, and then advanced with outstretched hands. "Veronique!" she cried, with a rising intonation, though never before had she called Ann Veronica anything but Miss Stanley, and seized her and squeezed her and kissed her with profound emotion. "To think that you were going to do it, and never said a word! You are a little thin, but except for that you look better than ever. Was it very horrible? I tried to get into the police court, but the crowd was ever so much too big, push as I would. I mean to go to prison directly the session is over," said Miss Klegg. "Wild horses, not if they have all the mounted police in London, shan't keep me out." Part 6. Capes lit things wonderfully for Ann Veronica all that afternoon. He was so friendly, so palpably interested in her and glad to have her back with him. Tea in the laboratory was a sort of suffragette reception. Miss Garvice assumed a quality of neutrality, professed herself almost won over by Ann Veronica's example, and the Scotchman decided that if women had a distinctive sphere, it was at any rate an enlarging sphere, and no one who believed in the doctrine of evolution could logically deny the vote to women ultimately, however much they might be disposed to doubt the advisability of its immediate concession. It was a refusal of expediency, he said, and not an absolute refusal. The youth with his hair like Russell cleared his throat and said irrelevantly that he knew a man who knew Thomas Bayard Simmons, who had rioted in the Strangers' Gallery. And then Capes, finding them all distinctly pro-Ann Veronica, if not pro-feminist, ventured to be perverse, and started a vein of speculation upon the Scotchman's idea, that there were still hopes of women evolving into something higher. He was unusually absurd and ready, and all the time it seemed to Ann Veronica as a delightful possibility, as a thing not indeed to be entertained seriously, but to be half furtively felt, that he was being so agreeable because she had come back again. She returned home through a world that was as roseate as it had been gray overnight. But as she got out of the train at Morningside Park Station she had a shock. She saw, 20 yards down the platform, the shiny hat and broad back and inimitable swagger of Ramage. She dived at once behind the cover of the lamp-room and affected serious trouble with her shoelace until he was out of the station, and then she followed slowly and with extreme discretion until the bifurcation of the avenue from the Fieldway ensured her escape. Ramage went up the avenue, and she hurried along the path with a beating heart and a disagreeable sense of unsolved problems in her mind. "That thing's going on," she told herself. "Everything goes on, confound it. One doesn't change anything one has set going by making good resolutions." And then ahead of her she saw the radiant and welcoming figure of Manning. He came as an agreeable diversion from an insoluble perplexity. She smiled at the sight of him, and thereat his radiation increased. "I missed the hour of your release," he said, "but I was at the Vindicator restaurant. You did not see me, I know. I was among the common herd in the place below, but I took good care to see you." "Of course you're converted," she said. "To the view that all those splendid women in the movement ought to have votes? Rather! Who could help it?" He towered up over her and smiled down at her in his fatherly way. "To the view that all women ought to have votes whether they like it or not." He shook his head, and his eyes and the mouth under the black moustache wrinkled with his smile. And as he walked by her side they began a wrangle that was none the less pleasant to Ann Veronica because it served to banish a disagreeable preoccupation. It seemed to her in her restored geniality that she liked Manning extremely. The brightness Capes had diffused over the world glorified even his rival. Part 7. The steps by which Ann Veronica determined to engage herself to marry Manning were never very clear to her. A medley of motives warred in her, and it was certainly not one of the least of these that she knew herself to be passionately in love with Capes. At moments she had a giddy intimation that he was beginning to feel keenly interested in her. She realized more and more the quality of the brink upon which she stood, the dreadful readiness with which in certain moods she might plunge, the unmitigated wrongness and recklessness of such a self-abandonment. "He must never know," she would whisper to herself. "He must never know, or else it will be impossible that I can be his friend." That simple statement of the case was by no means all that went on in Ann Veronica's mind. But it was the form of her ruling determination. It was the only form that she ever allowed to see daylight. What else was there lurked in shadows and deep places? If in some mood of reverie it came out into the light, it was presently overwhelmed and hustled back into hiding. She would never look squarely at these dream forms that mocked the social order in which she lived, never admit she listened to the soft whisperings in her ear. But Manning seemed more and more clearly indicated as a refuge, as security. Certain simple purposes emerged from the disingenuous muddle of her feelings and desires. Seeing Capes from day to day made a bright eventfulness that hampered her in the course she had resolved to follow. She vanished from the laboratory for a week of oddly interesting days. When she renewed her attendance at the Imperial College, the third finger of her left hand was adorned with a very fine old ring with dark blue sapphires that had once belonged to a great-aunt of Manning's. That ring manifestly occupied her thoughts a great deal. She kept pausing in her work and regarding it, and when Capes came round to her, she first put her hand in her lap, and then rather awkwardly in front of him. But men are often blind to rings. He seemed to be. In the afternoon she had considered certain doubts very carefully, and decided on a more emphatic course of action. "Are these ordinary sapphires?" she said. He bent to her hand, and she slipped off the ring and gave it to him to examine. "Very good," he said. "Rather darker than most of them, but I'm generously ignorant of gems. Is it an old ring?" he asked, returning it. "I believe it is. It's an engagement ring." She slipped it on her finger, and added in a voice she tried to make matter of fact, "It was given to me last week." "Oh," he said, in a colorless tone and with his eyes on her face. "Yes, last week." She glanced at him, and it was suddenly apparent for one instant of illumination that this ring upon her finger was the crowning blunder of her life. It was apparent, and then it faded into the quality of an inevitable necessity. "Odd," he remarked, rather surprisingly, after a little interval. There was a brief pause, a crowded pause, between them. She sat very still, and his eyes rested on that ornament for a moment, and then travelled slowly to her wrist and the soft lines of her forearm. "I suppose I ought to congratulate you," he said. Their eyes met, and his expressed perplexity and curiosity. "The fact is, I don't know why. This takes me by surprise. Somehow I haven't connected the idea with you. You seemed complete without that." "Did I?" she said. "I don't know why, but this is like walking round a house that looks square and complete and finding an unexpected long wing running out behind." She looked up at him and found he was watching her closely. For some seconds of voluminous thinking they looked at the ring between them, and neither spoke. Then Capes shifted his eyes to her microscope and the little trays of unmounted sections beside it. "How's that carmine working?" he asked, with a forced interest. "Better. said Ann Veronica, with an unreal alacrity. "But it still misses the nucleolus." End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Ann Veronica. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joy Chan. Ann Veronica by H.G. Wells. Chapter the 13th. The Sapphire Ring. Part 1. For a time that ring set with sapphires seemed to be, after all, the satisfactory solution of Ann Veronica's difficulties. It was like pouring a strong acid over dulled metal. A tarnish of constraint that had recently spread over her intercourse with Capes vanished again. They embarked upon an open and declared friendship. They even talked about friendship. They went to the Zoological Gardens together one Saturday to see for themselves a point of morphological interest about the toucan's bill, that friendly and entertaining bird, and they spent the rest of the afternoon walking about and elaborating in general terms this theme in the superiority of intellectual fellowship to all merely passionate relationships. Upon this topic Capes was heavy and conscientious, but that seemed to her to be just exactly what he ought to be. He was also, had she known it, more than a little insincere. "We are only in the dawn of the age of friendship," he said, "when interest, I suppose, will take the place of passions. Either you have had to love people or hate them, which is a sort of love, too, in its way, to get anything out of them. Now, more and more, we're going to be interested in them, to be curious about them, and quite mildly experimental with them." He seemed to be elaborating ideas as he talked. They watched the chimpanzees in the new apes' house and admired the gentle humanity of their eyes, so much more human than human beings, and they watched the agile gibbon in the next apartment doing wonderful leaps and aerial somersaults. "I wonder which of us enjoys that the most," said Capes. "Does he, or do we?" "He seems to get a zest." "He does it and forgets it. We remember it. These joyful bounds just lace into the stuff of my memories and stay there forever. Living's just material." "It's very good to be alive." "It's better to know life than be life." "One may do both," said Ann Veronica. She was in a very uncritical state that afternoon. When he said, "Let's go and see the wart-hog," she thought no one ever had had so quick a flow of good ideas as he, and when he explained that sugar and not buns was the talisman of popularity among the animals, she marvelled at his practical omniscience. Finally, at the exit into Regent's Park, they ran against Miss Clegg. It was the expression of Miss Clegg's face that put the idea into Ann Veronica's head of showing Manning at the college one day, an idea which she didn't for some reason or other carry out for a fortnight. Part 2. When at last she did so, the sapphire ring took on a new quality in the imagination of Capes. It ceased to be the symbol of liberty and a remote and quite abstracted person, and became suddenly and very disagreeably the token of a large and portentous body, visible and tangible. Manning appeared just at the end of the afternoon's work, and the biologist was going through some perplexities the Scotchman had created by a metaphysical treatment of the skulls of hyrax and a young African elephant. He was clearing up these difficulties by tracing a partially obliterated suture the Scotchman had overlooked, when the door from the passage opened, and Manning came into his universe. Seen down the length of the laboratory, Manning looked a very handsome and shapely gentleman indeed, and, at the sight of his eager advance to his fiancée, Miss Clegg replaced one long-cherished romance about Ann Veronica by one more normal and simple. He carried a cane and a silk hat with a mourning band in one grey-gloved hand. His frock coat and trousers were admirable. His handsome face, his black moustache, his prominent brow conveyed an eager solicitude. "I want," he said, with a white hand outstretched,
to take you out to tea." "I've been clearing up," said Ann Veronica brightly. "All your dreadful scientific things," he said, with a smile that Miss Klegg thought extraordinarily kindly. "All my dreadful scientific things," said Ann Veronica. He stood back, smiling with an air of proprietorship, and looking about him at the business-like equipment of the room. The low ceiling made him seem abnormally tall. Ann Veronica wiped a scalpel, put a card over a watch-glass containing thin shreds of embryonic guinea pig swimming in mauve stain, and dismantled her microscope. "I wish I understood more of biology," said Manning. "I'm ready," said Ann Veronica, closing her microscope box with a click, and looking for one brief instant up the laboratory. "We have no airs and graces here, and my hat hangs from a peg in the passage." She led the way to the door, and Manning passed behind her and round her and opened the door for her. When Capes glanced up at them for a moment, Manning seemed to be holding his arms all about her, and there was nothing but quiet acquiescence in her bearing. After Capes had finished the Scotchman's troubles, he went back into the preparation room. He sat down on the sill of the open window, folded his arms, and stared straight before him for a long time over the wilderness of tiles and chimney-pots into a sky that was blue and empty. He was not addicted to monologue, and the only audible comment he permitted himself at first upon a universe that was evidently anything but satisfactory to him that afternoon was one compact and entirely unassigned "Damn!" The word must have had some gratifying quality, because he repeated it. Then he stood up and repeated it again. "The fool I have been!" he cried, and now speech was coming to him. He tried this sentence with expletives. "Ass!" he went on, still warming. "Muck-headed moral ass! I ought to have done anything. I ought to have done anything. What's a man for? Friendship!" He doubled up his fist and seemed to contemplate thrusting it through the window. He turned his back on that temptation. Then suddenly he seized a new preparation bottle that stood upon his table and contained the better part of a week's work, a displayed dissection of a snail, beautifully done, and hurled it across the room to smash resoundingly upon the cemented floor under the bookcase. Then, without either haste or pause, he swept his arm along a shelf of reagents and sent them to mingle with the debris on the floor. They fell in a diapason of smashes. He said, regarding the wreckage with a calmer visage. "Silly," he remarked after a pause. "One hardly knows. All the time." He put his hands in his pockets, his mouth puckered to a whistle, and he went to the door of the outer preparation room and stood there, looking, save for the faintest intensification of his natural ruddiness, the embodiment of blonde serenity. "Gellett," he called, "just come and clear up a mess, will you? I've smashed some things." Part 3. There was one serious flaw in Ann Veronica's arrangements for self-rehabilitation, and that was Ramage. He hung over her, he and his loan to her and his connection with her, and that terrible evening, a vague, disconcerting possibility of annoyance and exposure. She could not see any relief from this anxiety except repayment, and repayment seemed impossible. The raising of £25 was a task altogether beyond her powers. Her birthday was 4 months away, and that, at its extremest point, might give her another £5. The thing rankled in her mind night and day. She would wake in the night to repeat her bitter cry, "Oh, why did I burn those notes?" It added greatly to the annoyance of the situation that she had twice seen Ramage in the Avenue since her return to the shelter of her father's roof. He had saluted her with elaborate civility, his eyes distended with indecipherable meanings. She felt she was bound in honor to tell the whole affair to Manning sooner or later. Indeed, it seemed inevitable that she must clear it up with his assistance, or not at all. And when Manning was not about, the thing seemed simple enough. She would compose extremely lucid and honorable explanations. But when it came to broaching them, it proved to be much more difficult than she had supposed.
They went down the great staircase of the building, and, while she sought in her mind for a beginning, he broke into appreciation of her simple dress and self-congratulations upon their engagement. "It makes me feel," he said, "that nothing is impossible, to have you here beside me. I said that day at Surbiton, 'There's many good things in life, but there's only one best, and that's the wild-haired girl who's pulling away at that oar. I will make her my Grail, and some day, perhaps, if God wills, she shall become my wife.'" He looked very hard before him as he said this, and his voice was full of deep feeling. "Grail!" said Ann Veronica, and then, "Oh, yes, of course! Anything but a holy one, I'm afraid." "Altogether holy, Ann Veronica. Ah, but you can't imagine what you are to me, and what you mean to me. I suppose there is something mystical and wonderful about all women." "There is something mystical and wonderful about all human beings. I don't see that men need banquet with the women." "A man does," said Manning. "A true man, anyhow. And for me there is only one treasure house. By Jove, when I think of it, I want to leap and shout." "It would astonish that man with the barrow." "It astonishes me that I don't," said Manning, in a tone of intense self-enjoyment. "I think," began Ann Veronica, "that you don't realize—" He disregarded her entirely. He waved an arm and spoke with peculiar resonance. "I feel like a giant. I believe now I shall do great things. Gods, what it must be to pour out strong, splendid verse. Mighty lines, mighty lines. If I do, Ann Veronica, it will be you. It will be altogether you. I will dedicate my books to you. I will lay them all at your feet." He beamed upon her. "I don't think you realize," Ann Veronica began again, "that I am rather a defective human being." "I don't want to," said Manning. "They say there are spots on the sun. Not for me. It warms me and lights me and fills my world with flowers. Why should I peep at it through smoked glass to see things that don't affect me?" He smiled his delight at his companion. "I've got bad faults." He shook his head slowly, smiling mysteriously. "But perhaps I want to confess them." "I grant you absolution." "I don't want absolution. I want to make myself visible to you." "I wish I could make you visible to yourself. I don't believe in the faults. They're just a joyous softening of the outline, more beautiful than perfection, like the flaws of an old marble. If you talk of your faults, I shall talk of your splendors." "I do want to tell you things, nevertheless." "We'll have, thank God, 10 myriad days to tell each other things. When I think of it... But these are things I want to tell you now." "I made a little song of it. Let me say it to you. I've no name for it yet. Epithalamy might do. Like him who stood on Darien, I view uncharted sea, 10,000 days, 10,000 nights, before my queen and me. And that only brings me up to about 65. A glittering wilderness of time, that to the sunset reaches, no keel as yet its waves has ploughed or gritted on its beaches, and we will sail that splendor wide from day to day together, from isle to isle of happiness, through years of God's own weather." "Yes," said his prospective fellow-sailor, "that's very pretty." She stopped short, full of things unsaid. Pretty! 10,000 days, 10,000 nights. "You shall tell me your faults," said Manning. "If they matter to you, they matter." "It isn't precisely faults," said Ann Veronica. "It's something that bothers me." 10,000! Put that way, it seemed so different. "Then assuredly," said Manning. She found a little difficulty in beginning. She was glad when he went on. "I want to be your city of refuge from every sort of bother. I want to stand between you and all the force and vileness of the world. I want to make you feel that here is a place where the crowd does not clamor, nor ill winds blow." "That is all very well," said Ann Veronica, unheeded. That is my dream of you," said Manning, warming. "I want my life to be beaten gold just in order to make it a fitting setting for yours. There you will be in an inner temple. I want to enrich it with hangings and gladden it with verses. I want to fill it with fine and precious things, and by degrees, perhaps, that maiden distrust of yours that makes you shrink from my kisses will vanish. Forgive me if a certain warmth creeps into my words. The park is green and grey to-day, but I am glowing pink and gold. It is difficult to express these things." Part 4. They sat with tea and strawberries and cream before them at a little table in front of the pavilion in Regent Park. Her confession was still unmade. Manning leaned forward on the table, talking discursively on the probable brilliance of their married life. Ann Veronica sat back in an attitude of inattention, her eyes on a distant game of cricket, her mind perplexed and busy. She was recalling the circumstances under which she had engaged herself to Manning, and trying to understand a curious development of the quality of this relationship. The particulars of her engagement were very clear in her memory. She had taken care he should have this momentous talk with her on a garden seat commanded by the windows of the house. They had been playing tennis, with his manifest intention looming over her. "Let us sit down for a moment," he had said. He made his speech a little elaborately. She plucked at the knots of her racket and heard him to the end, then spoke in a restrained undertone. "You ask me to be engaged to you, Mr. Manning," she began. "I want to lay all my life at your feet." "Mr. Manning, I do not think I love you. I want to be very plain with you. I have nothing, nothing that can possibly be passion for you. I am sure. Nothing at all." He was silent for some moments. "Perhaps that is only sleeping," he said. "How can you know?" "I think perhaps I am rather a cold-blooded person." She stopped. He remained listening attentively. "You have been very kind to me," she said. "I would give my life for you." Her heart had warmed toward him. It had seemed to her that life might be very good indeed with his kindliness and sacrifice about her. She thought of him as always courteous and helpful, as realizing indeed his ideal of protection and service, as chivalrously leaving her free to live her own life, rejoicing with an infinite generosity in every detail of her irresponsive being. She twanged the catgut under her fingers. "It seems so unfair," she said, "to take all you offer me and give so little in return." "It is all the world to me, and we are not traders looking at equivalents." "You know, Mr. Manning, I do not really want to marry." "No." "It seems so unworthy," she picked among her phrases, "of the noble love you give." She stopped through the difficulty she found in expressing herself. "But I am judge of that," said Manning. "Would you wait for me?" Manning was silent for a space. "As my lady wills." "Would you let me go on studying for a time?" "If you order patience." "I think, Mr. Manning, I do not know. It is so difficult. When I think of the love you give me, one ought to give you back love." "You like me?" "Yes, and I'm grateful to you." Manning tapped with his racket on the turf through some moments of silence. "You are the most perfect, the most glorious of created things, tender, frank intellectual, brave, beautiful. I am your servitor. I am ready to wait for you, to wait your pleasure, to give all my life to winning it. Let me only wear your livery. Give me but leave to try. You want to think for a time, to be free for a time. That is so like you, Diana, Pallas Athene. Pallas Athene is better. You are all the slender goddesses. I understand. Let me engage myself. That is all I ask." She looked at him, His face, downcast and in profile, was handsome and strong. Her gratitude swelled within her. "You are too good for me," she said in a low voice. "Then you will?" A long pause. "It isn't fair." "But will you?" "Yes." For some seconds he had remained quite still. "If I sit here," he said, standing up before her abruptly, "I shall have to shout. Let us walk about. Tum tum tirray tum 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 ta-dum. That thing of Mendelssohn's. If making one human being absolutely happy is any satisfaction to you." He held out his hands, and she also stood up. He drew her close up to him with a strong, steady pull. Then suddenly, in front of all those windows, he folded her in his arms and pressed her to him, and kissed her unresisting face. "Don't!" cried Ann Veronica, struggling faintly, and he released her. "Forgive me," he said, "but I am at singing pitch." She had a moment of sheer panic at the thing she had done. "Mr. Manning," she said, "for a time, will you tell no one? Will you keep this our secret? I'm doubtful. Will you please not even tell my aunt?" "As you will," he said. "But if my manner tells, I cannot help it if that shows. You only mean a secret for a little time?" "Just for a little time," she said. "Yes." But the ring and her aunt's triumphant eye, and a note of approval in her father's manner, and a novel disposition in him to praise Manning in a just, impartial voice, had soon placed very definite qualifications upon that covenanted secrecy. Part 5. At first the quality of her relationship to Manning seemed moving and beautiful to Ann Veronica. She admired and rather pitied him, and she was unfeignedly grateful to him. She even thought that perhaps she might come to love him, in spite of that faint, indefinable flavor of absurdity that pervaded his courtly bearing. She would never love him as she loved Capes, of course, but there are grades and qualities of love. For Manning it would be a more temperate love altogether, much more temperate, the discreet and joyless love of a virtuous, reluctant, condescending wife. She had been quite convinced that an engagement with him, and at last a marriage, had exactly that quality of compromise which distinguishes the ways of the wise. It would be the rapid world almost at its best. She saw herself building up a life upon that, a life restrained, kindly, beautiful, a little pathetic, and altogether dignified, a life of great disciplines and suppressions and extensive reserves. But the Ramage affair needed clearing up, of course. It was a flaw upon that project. She had to explain about and pay off that £40. Then, quite insensibly, her queenliness had declined. She was never able to trace the changes her attitude had undergone, from the time when she believed herself to be the pampered queen of fortune, the crown of a good man's love, and secretly but nobly worshipping someone else, to the time when she realized she was in fact just a mannequin for her lover's imagination, and that he cared no more for the realities of her being, for the things she felt and desired, for the passions and dreams that might move her, than a child cares for the sawdust in its doll. She was the actress his whim had chosen to play a passive part. It was one of the most educational disillusionments in Ann Veronica's career. But did many women get anything better? This afternoon, when she was urged to explain her hampering and tainting complication with Ramage, the realization of this alien quality in her relationship with Manning became acute. Hitherto it had been qualified by her conception of all life as a compromise, by her new effort to be unexacting of life. But she perceived that to tell Manning of her Ramage adventures as they had happened would be like tarring figures upon a water-color. They were in different key, they had a different timbre. How could she tell him what indeed already began to puzzle herself? Why she had borrowed that money at all? The plain fact was that she had grabbed a bait. She had grabbed! She became less and less attentive to his meditative, self-complacent fragments of talk as she told herself this. Her secret thoughts made some hasty, half-hearted excursions into the possibility of telling the thing in romantic tones. Ramage was as a black villain, she as a white, fantastically white, maiden. She doubted if Manning would even listen to that. He would refuse to listen and absolve her unshriven. Then it came to her with a shock, as an extraordinary oversight, that she could never tell Manning about Ramage. Never. She dismissed the idea of doing so. But that still left the £40. Her mind went on generalizing. So it would always be between herself and Manning. She saw her life before her robbed of all generous illusions, the rapid life unwrappered forever, vistas of dull responses, crises of make-believe, years of exacting mutual disregard in a misty garden of fine sentiments. But did any woman get anything better from a man? Perhaps every woman conceals herself from a man perforce. She thought of Capes. She could not help thinking of Capes. Surely Capes was different. Capes looked at one and not over one, spoke to one, treated one as a visible, concrete fact. Capes saw her, felt for her, cared for her greatly, even if he did not love her. Anyhow, he did not sentimentalize her, and she had been doubting since that walk in the Zoological Gardens whether, indeed, he did simply care for her. Little things, almost impalpable, had happened to justify that doubt. Something in his manner had belied his words. Did he not look for her in the morning when she entered, come very quickly to her? She thought of him as she had last seen him, looking down the length of the laboratory to see her go. Why had he glanced up quite in that way? The thought of Capes flooded her being like long-veiled sunlight breaking again through clouds. It came to her like a dear thing rediscovered, that she loved Capes. It came to her that to marry any one but Capes was impossible. If she could not marry him, she would not marry any one. She would end this sham with Manning. It ought never to have begun. It was cheating, pitiful cheating. And then, if some day Capes wanted her, saw fit to alter his views upon friendship. Dim possibilities that she would not seem to look at even to herself gesticulated in the twilight background of her mind. She leapt suddenly at a desperate resolution, and in one moment had made it into a new self. She flung aside every plan she had in life, every discretion. Of course, why not? She would be honest anyhow. She turned her eyes to Manning. He was sitting back from the table now, with one arm over the back of his green chair and the other resting on the little table. He was smiling under his heavy moustache, and his head was a little on one side as he looked at her. "And what was that dreadful confession you had to make?" he was saying. His quiet, kindly smile implied his serene disbelief in any confessable thing. Ann Veronica pushed aside a teacup and the vestiges of her strawberries and cream, and put her elbows before her on the table. "Mr. Manning," she said, "I have a confession to make." "I wish you would use my Christian name," he said. She attended to that, and then dismissed it as unimportant. Something in her voice and manner conveyed an effect of unwonted gravity to him. For the first time he seemed to wonder what it might be that she had to confess. His smile faded. "I don't think our engagement can go on," she plunged, and felt exactly that loss of breath that comes with a dive into icy water. "But how?" he said, sitting up astonished beyond measure. "Not go on?" "I have been thinking while you have been talking. You see, I didn't understand." She stared hard at her fingernails. "It is hard to express oneself, but I do want to be honest with you. When I promised to marry you I thought I could. I thought it was a possible arrangement. I did think it could be done. I admired your chivalry. I was grateful." She paused. "Go on," he said. She moved her elbow nearer to him, and spoke in a still lower tone. "I told you I did not love you." "I know," said Manning, nodding gravely. "It was fine and brave of you." "But there is something more." She paused again. I'm sorry. I didn't explain. These things are difficult. It wasn't clear to me that I had to explain. I love someone else." They remained looking at each other for 3 or 4 seconds. Then Manning flopped back in his chair and dropped his chin like a man shot. There was a long silence between them. "My God!" he said at last, with tremendous feeling, and then again, "My God!" Now that this thing was said, her mind was clear and calm. She heard this standard expression of a strong soul wrung with a critical coldness that astonished herself. She realized dimly that there was no personal thing behind his cry, that countless myriads of Mannings had "My Godded" with an equal gusto at situations as flatly apprehended. This mitigated her remorse enormously. He rested his brow on his hand and conveyed magnificent tragedy by his pose. "But why?" he said in the gasping voice of one subduing an agony, and looked at her from under a pain-wrinkled brow. "Why did you not tell me this before?" "I didn't know. I thought I might be able to control myself." "And you can't?" "I don't think I ought to control myself." "And I have been dreaming and thinking. I am frightfully sorry." "But this bolt from the blue! My God! Ann Veronica, you don't understand. This shatters a world." She tried to feel sorry, but her sense of his immense egotism was strong and clear. He went on with intense urgency. "Why did you ever let me love you? Why did you ever let me peep through the gates of paradise? Oh, my God! I don't begin to feel and realize this yet. It seems to me just talk. It seems to me like the fancy of a dream. Tell me I haven't heard. This is a joke of yours." He made his voice very low and full and looked closely into her face. She twisted her fingers tightly. "It isn't a joke," she said. "I feel shabby and disgraced. I ought never to have thought of it. Of you, I mean." He fell back in his chair with an expression of tremendous desolation. "My God!" he said again. They became aware of the waitress standing over them with book and pencil ready for their bill. "Never mind the bill," said Manning tragically, standing up and thrusting a 4-shilling piece into her hand, and turning a broad back on her astonishment. "Let us walk across the park at least," he said to Ann Veronica. "Just at present my mind simply won't take hold of this at all. I tell you, never mind the bill. Keep it, keep it." Part 6. They walked a long way that afternoon. They crossed the park to the westward, and then turned back and walked round the circle about the Royal Botanical Gardens, and then southwardly toward Waterloo. They trudged and talked, and Manning struggled, as he said, to get the hang of it all. It was a long, meandering talk, stupid, shameful, and unavoidable. Ann Veronica was apologetic to the bottom of her soul. At the same time she was wildly exultant at the resolution she had taken, the end she had made to her blunder. She had only to get through this, to solace Manning as much as she could, to put such clumsy plasterings on his wounds as were possible, and then, anyhow, she would be free, free to put her fate to the test. She made a few protests, a few excuses for her action in accepting him, a few lame explanations, but he did not heed them or care for them. Then she realized that it was her business to let Manning talk and impose his own interpretations upon the situations so far as he was concerned. She did her best to do this, but about his unknown rival he was acutely curious. He made her tell him the core of the difficulty. "I cannot say who he is," said Ann Veronica. "But he is a married man. No, I do not even know that he cares for me. It is no good going into that. Only I just want him. I just want him, and no one else will do. It is no good arguing about a thing like that."
"But you thought you could forget him?"
"I suppose I must have thought so. I didn't understand. Now I do."
"By God!" said Manning, making the most of the word. "I suppose it's fate. Fate! You are so frank, so splendid." "I'm taking this calmly now," he said, almost as if he apologized, "because I'm a little stunned." Then he asked, "Tell me, has this man, has he dared to make love to you?" Ann Veronica had a vicious moment. "I wish he had," she said. "But—" The long and consecutive conversation by that time was getting on her nerves. "When one wants a thing more than anything else in the world," she said with outrageous frankness, "one naturally wishes one had it." She shocked him by that. She shattered the edifice he was building up of himself as a devoted lover, waiting only his chance to win her from a hopeless and consuming passion. "Mr. Manning," she said, "I warned you not to idealize me. Men ought not to idealize any woman. We aren't worth it. We've done nothing to deserve it. And it hampers us. You don't know the thoughts we have, the things we can do and say. You are a sisterless man. You have never heard the ordinary talk that goes on at a girls' boarding school." "Oh, but you are splendid and open and fearless. As if I couldn't allow. What are all these little things? Nothing. Nothing. You can't sully yourself. You can't. I tell you frankly, you may break off your engagement to me. I shall hold myself still engaged to you, yours just the same. As for this infatuation, it's like some obsession, some magic thing laid upon you. It's not you, not a bit. It's a thing that's happened to you. It is like some accident. I don't care. In a sense, I don't care. It makes no difference. All the same, I wish I had that fellow by the throat. Just the virile, unregenerate man in me wishes that. I suppose I should let go if I had. You know," he went on, "this doesn't seem to me to end anything. I'm rather a persistent person. I'm the sort of dog, if you turn it out of the room it lies down on the mat at the door. I'm not a lovesick boy. I'm a man, and I know what I mean. It's a tremendous blow, of course, but it doesn't kill me. And the situation it makes, the situation!" Thus Manning, egotistical, inconsecutive, unreal. And Ann Veronica walked beside him, trying in vain to soften her heart to him by the thought of how she had ill-used him, and all the time as her feet and mind grew weary together, rejoicing more and more that at the cost of this one interminable walk she escaped the prospect of, what was it? 10,000 days, 10,000 nights in his company. Whatever happened, she need never return to that possibility. "For me," Manning went on, "this isn't final. In a sense it alters nothing. I shall still wear your favor, even if it is a stolen and forbidden favor, in my casque. I shall still believe in you, trust you." He repeated several times that he would trust her, though it remained obscure just exactly where the trust came in. "Look here!" he cried out of a silence, with a sudden flash of understanding. "Did you mean to throw me over when you came out with me this afternoon?" Ann Veronica hesitated, and with a startled mind realized the truth. "No," she answered, reluctantly. "Very well," said Manning. "Then I don't take this as final. That's all. I've bored you or something. You think you love this other man. No doubt you do love him. Before you have lived—" He became darkly prophetic. He thrust out a rhetorical hand. "I will make you love me, until he has faded, faded into a memory."
He saw her into the train at Waterloo, and stood, a tall, grave figure, with hat upraised, as the carriage moved forward slowly and hid him. Ann Veronica sat back with a sigh of relief. Manning might go on now, idealizing her as much as he liked. She was no longer a confederate in that. He might go on as the devoted lover until he tired. She had done forever with the age of chivalry, and her own base adaptations of its traditions to the compromising life. She was honest again. But when she turned her thoughts to Morningside Park, she perceived the tangled skein of life was now to be further complicated by his romantic importunity. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Ann Veronica. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joy Chan. Ann Veronica by H. G. Wells. Chapter the 14th. The Collapse of the Penitent. Part 1. Spring had held back that year until the dawn of May, and then spring and summer came with a rush together. 2 days after this conversation between Manning and Ann Veronica, Capes came into the laboratory at lunch-time and found her alone there standing by the open window, and not even pretending to be doing anything. He came in with his hands in his trousers pockets and a general air of depression in his bearing. He was engaged in detesting Manning and himself in almost equal measure. His face brightened at the sight of her, and he came toward her. "What are you doing?" he asked. "Nothing," said Ann Veronica, and stared over her shoulder out of the window. "So am I. Lassitude?" "I suppose so." "I can't work." "Nor I," said Ann Veronica. Pause. "It's the spring," he said. "It's the warming up of the year, the coming of the light mornings, the way in which everything begins to run about and begin new things. Work becomes distasteful. One thinks of holidays. This year I've got it badly. I want to get away. I've never wanted to get away so much." "Where do you go?" "Oh, Alps." "Climbing?" "Yes." "That's rather a fine sort of holiday." He made no answer for 3 or 4 seconds. "Yes," he said, "I want to get away. I feel at moments as though I could bolt for it. Silly, isn't it? Undisciplined." He went to the window and fidgeted with the blind, looking out to where the tree-tops of Regent's Park showed distantly over the houses. He turned round toward her and found her looking at him and standing very still. "It's the stir of spring," he said. "I believe it is." She glanced out of the window, and the distant trees were a froth of hard spring green and almond blossom. She formed a wild resolution, and, lest she should waver from it, she set about at once to realize it. "I've broken off my engagement," she said, in a matter-of-fact tone, and found her heart thumping in her neck. He moved slightly, and she went on, with a slight catching of her breath. "It's a bother and disturbance, but you see—" She had to go through with it now, because she could think of nothing but her preconceived words. Her voice was weak and flat. "I've fallen in love." He never helped her by a sound. I didn't love the man I was engaged to," she said. She met his eyes for a moment and could not interpret their expression. They struck her as cold and indifferent. Her heart failed her, and her resolution became water. She remained standing stiffly, unable even to move. She could not look at him through an interval that seemed to her a vast gulf of time, but she felt his lax figure become rigid. At last his voice came to release her tension. "I thought you weren't keeping up to the mark. It's jolly of you to confide in me. Still—" Then, with incredible and obviously deliberate stupidity, and a voice as flat as her own, he asked, "Who is the man?" Her spirit raged within her at the dumbness, the paralysis that had fallen upon her. grace, confidence, the power of movement even, seemed gone from her. A fever of shame ran through her being. Horrible doubts assailed her. She sat down awkwardly and helplessly on one of the little stools by her table and covered her face with her hands. "Can't you see how things are?" she said. Part 2. Before Capes could answer her in any way, the door at the end of the laboratory opened noisily and Miss Clegg appeared. She went to her own table and sat down. At the sound of the door Ann Veronica uncovered a tearless face, and with one swift movement assumed a conversational attitude. Things hung for a moment in an awkward silence. "You see," said Ann Veronica, staring before her at the window sash, "that's the form my question takes at the present time." Capes had not quite the same power of recovery. He stood with his hands in his pockets, looking at Miss Clegg's back. His face was white. It's a difficult question." He appeared to be paralyzed by abstruse acoustic calculations. Then, very awkwardly, he took a stool and placed it at the end of Ann Veronica's table and sat down. He glanced at Miss Clegg again and spoke quickly and furtively, with eager eyes on Ann Veronica's face. "I had a faint idea once that things were as you say they are, but the affair of the ring, of the unexpected ring, puzzled me. Wish she," he indicated Miss Clegg's back with a nod, "was at the bottom of the sea. I would like to talk to you about this soon. If you don't think it would be a social outrage, perhaps I might walk with you to your railway station." "I will wait," said Ann Veronica, still not looking at him, "and we will go into Regent's Park. No, you shall come with me to Waterloo." "Right," he said, and hesitated, and then got up and went into the preparation room. Part 3. For a time they walked in silence through the back streets that led southward from the college. Capes bore a face of infinite perplexity. "The thing I feel most disposed to say, Miss Stanley," he began at last, "is that this is very sudden. It's been coming on since first I came into the laboratory." "What do you want?" he asked bluntly. "You," said Ann Veronica. The sense of publicity, of people coming and going about them, kept them both unemotional, and neither had any of that theatricality which demands gestures and facial expression. "I suppose you know I like you tremendously," he pursued. "You told me that in the Zoological Gardens." She found her muscles a tremble, but there was nothing in her bearing that a passer-by would have noted to tell of the excitement that possessed her. He seemed to have a difficulty with the word. "I love you. I've told you that practically already, but I can give it its name now. You needn't be in any doubt about it. I tell you that because it puts us on a footing." They went on for a time without another word. "But don't you know about me?" he said at last. "Something. Not much." "I'm a married man, and my wife won't live with me for reasons that I think most women would consider sound, or I should have made love to you long ago." There came a silence again. "I don't care," said Ann Veronica. "But if you knew anything of that—" "I did. It doesn't matter." "Why did you tell me? I thought we were going to be friends." He was suddenly resentful. He seemed to charge her with the ruin of their situation. "Why on earth did you tell me?" he cried. "I couldn't help it. It was an impulse. I had to." "But it changes things. I thought you understood." "I had to," she repeated. "I was sick of the make-believe. I don't care. I'm glad I did. I'm glad I did." "Look here," said Capes. "What on earth do you want? What do you think we can do? Don't you know what men are, and what life is? To come to me and talk to me like this?" "I know. Something, anyhow. But I don't care. I haven't a spark of shame.
I don't see any good in life if it hasn't got you in it. I wanted you to know, and now you know. And the fences are down for good. You can't look me in the eyes and say you don't care for me." "I've told you," he said. "Very well," said Ann Veronica, with an air of concluding the discussion. They walked side by side for a time. "In that laboratory one gets to disregard these passions," began Capes. "Men are curious animals, with a trick of falling in love readily with girls about your age. One has to train one's self not to. I've accustomed myself to think of you as if you were like every other girl who works at the schools, as something quite outside these possibilities. If only out of loyalty to co-education one has to do that. Apart from everything else, this meeting of ours is a breach of a good rule." "Rules are for every day," said Ann Veronica. "This is not every day. This is something above all rules." "For you?" "Not for you." "No. No. I'm going to stick to the rules. It's odd, but nothing but cliché seems to meet this case. You've placed me in a very exceptional position, Miss Stanley." The note of his own voice exasperated him. "Oh, damn!" he said. She made no answer, and for a time he debated some problems with himself. "No," he said aloud at last. "The plain common sense of the case," he said, "is that we can't possibly be lovers in the ordinary sense. That, I think, is manifest. You know, I've done no work at all this afternoon. I've been smoking cigarettes in the preparation room and thinking this out. We can't be lovers in the ordinary sense, but we can be great and intimate friends." "We are," said Ann Veronica. "You've interested me enormously." He paused with a sense of ineptitude. "I want to be your friend," he said. "I said that at the Zoo, and I mean it. Let us be friends, as near and close as friends can be." Ann Veronica gave him a pallid profile. "What is the good of pretending?" she said. "We don't pretend." "We do. Love is one thing and friendship quite another. Because I'm younger than you, I've got imagination. I know what I'm talking about. Mr. Capes, do you think I don't know the meaning of love?" Part 4. Capes made no answer for a time. "My mind is full of confused stuff," he said at length. "I've been thinking all the afternoon. Oh, and weeks and months of thought and feeling there are bottled up too. I feel a mixture of beast and uncle. I feel like a fraudulent trustee. Every rule is against me. Why did I let you begin this? I might have told." "I don't see that you could help." "I might have helped." "You couldn't." "I ought to have all the same." "I wonder," he said, and went off at a tangent. "You know about my scandalous past?" "Very little. It doesn't seem to matter. Does it?" "I think it does, profoundly." "How?" "It prevents our marrying. It forbids all sorts of things." "It can't prevent our loving." "I'm afraid it can't. But, by Jove, it's going to make our loving a fiercely abstract thing." "You are separated from your wife?" "Yes, but do you know how?" "Not exactly." "Why on earth? A man ought to be labelled. You see, I'm separated from my wife, but she doesn't and won't divorce me. You don't understand the fix I am in, and you don't know what led to our separation. And, in fact, all round the problem you don't know, and I don't see how I could possibly have told you before. I wanted to that day in the Zoo, but I trusted to that ring of yours." "Poor old ring," said Ann Veronica. "I ought never have gone to the Zoo, I suppose. I asked you to go, but a man is a mixed creature. I wanted the time with you. I wanted it badly." "Tell me about yourself," said Ann Veronica. "To begin with, I was in the divorce court. I was a correspondent."
You understand that term?" Ann Veronica smiled faintly. A modern girl does understand these terms. She reads novels, and history, and all sorts of things. Did you really doubt if I knew? "No, but I don't suppose you can understand." "I don't see why I shouldn't." To know things by name is one thing, to know them by seeing them and feeling them and being them quite another. That is where life takes advantage of youth. You don't understand. "Perhaps I don't." "You don't. That's the difficulty. If I told you the facts, I expect, since you are in love with me, you'd explain the whole business as being very fine and honorable for me, the higher morality or something of that sort. It wasn't." "I don't deal very much," said Ann Veronica, "in the higher morality or the higher truth or any of those things." "Perhaps you don't. But a human being who is young and clean as you are is apt to ennoble or explain away." "I've had a biological training. I'm a hard young woman." "Nice clean hardness, anyhow. I think you are hard. There's something adult about you. I'm talking to you now as though you had all the wisdom and charity in the world. I'm going to tell you things plainly. Plainly. It's best. And then you can go home and think things over before we talk again. I want you to be clear what you're really and truly up to, anyhow." "I don't mind knowing," said Ann Veronica. "It's precious unromantic." "Well, tell me." "I married pretty young," said Capes. I have to tell you this to make myself clear, a streak of ardent animal in my composition. I married a woman whom I still think one of the most beautiful persons in the world. She is a year or so older than I am, and she is, well, of a very serene and proud and dignified temperament. If you met her, you would, I am certain, think her as fine as I do. She has never done a really ignoble thing that I know of. Never. I met her when we were both very young, as young as you are. I loved her and made love to her, and I don't think she quite loved me back in the same way." He paused for a time. Ann Veronica said nothing. "These are the sort of things that aren't supposed to happen. They leave them out of novels, these incompatibilities. Young people ignore them until they find themselves up against them. My wife doesn't understand now. She despises me, I suppose. We married, and for a time we were happy. She was fine and tender. I worshipped her and subdued myself." He left off abruptly. "Do you understand what I'm talking about? It's no good if you don't." "I think so," said Ann Veronica, and colored. "In fact, yes, I do." "Do you think of these things, these matters, as belonging to our higher nature or our lower?" "I don't deal in higher things, I tell you," said Ann Veronica, "or lower for the matter of that. I don't classify." She hesitated. "Flesh and flowers are all alike to me." "That's the comfort of you. Well, after a time there came a fever in my blood. Don't think it was anything better than fever, or a bit beautiful. It wasn't. Quite soon, after we were married, it was just within a year, I formed a friendship with the wife of a friend, a woman 8 years older than myself. It wasn't anything splendid, you know. It was just a shabby, stupid, furtive business that began between us, like stealing. We dressed it in a little music. I want you to understand clearly that I was indebted to the man in many small ways. I was mean to him. It was the gratification of an immense necessity. We were two people with a craving. We felt like thieves. We were thieves. We liked each other well enough. Well, my friend found us out and would give no quarter. He divorced her. How do you like the story?" "Go on," said Ann Veronica, a little hoarsely. "Tell me all of it." "My wife was astounded, wounded beyond measure. She thought me filthy.
All her pride raged at me. One particularly humiliating thing came out. Humiliating for me. There was a second correspondent. I hadn't heard of him before the trial. I don't know why that should be so acutely humiliating. There's no logic in these things. It was.
"Poor you," said Ann Veronica.
My wife refused absolutely to have anything more to do with me. She could hardly speak to me. She insisted relentlessly upon a separation. She had money of her own, much more than I have, and there was no need to squabble about that. She has given herself up to social work.
"Well?"
That's all, practically all, and yet... Wait a little, you'd better have every bit of it. One doesn't go about with these passions allayed simply because they have made wreckage and a scandal. There one is, the same stuff still. One has a craving in one's blood, a craving roused, cut off from its redeeming and guiding emotional side. A man has more freedom to do evil than a woman. Irregularly, in a quite inglorious and unromantic way, you know. I am a vicious man. That's my private life, until the last few months. It isn't what I have been, but what I am. I haven't taken much account of it until now. My honor has been in my scientific work and public discussion and the things I write. Lots of us are like that. But you see I'm smirched. For the sort of love-making you think about. I've muddled all this business. I've had my time and lost my chances. I'm damaged goods, and you're as clean as fire. You come with those clear eyes of yours, as valiant as an angel." He stopped abruptly.
"Well?"
she said. "That's all."
"It's so strange to think of you, troubled by such things. I didn't think. I don't know what I thought. Suddenly all this makes you human, makes you real."
"But don't you see how I must stand to you? Don't you see how it bars us from being lovers? You can't, at first. You must think it over. It's all outside the world of your experience."
"I don't think it makes a rap of difference except for one thing. I love you more. I've wanted you, always. I didn't dream, not even in my wildest dreaming, that you might have any need of me."
He made a little noise in his throat as if something had cried out within him, and for a time they were both too full for speech. They were going up the slope into Waterloo Station. "You go home and think of all this," he said, "and talk about it tomorrow. Don't say anything now, not anything. As for loving you, I do. I do, with all my heart. It's no good hiding it any more. I could never have talked to you like this, forgetting everything that parts us, forgetting even your age, if I did not love you utterly, if I were a clean, free man. We'll have to talk of all these things. Thank goodness there's plenty of opportunity. And we two can talk. Anyhow, now you've begun it, there's nothing to keep us in all this from being the best friends in the world, and talking of every conceivable thing. Is there?"
"Nothing,"
said Ann Veronica, with a radiant face. "Before this there was a sort of restraint, a make-believe. It's gone."
"It's gone."
Friendship and love being separate things. And that confounded engagement. Gone. They came upon a platform and stood before her compartment. He took her hand and looked into her eyes and spoke, divided against himself, in a voice that was forced and insincere. "I shall be very glad to have you for a friend," he said. "Loving friend. I had never dreamed of such a friend as you." She smiled, sure of herself beyond any pretending, into his troubled eyes. Hadn't they settled that already? "I want you as a friend," he persisted, almost as if he disputed something. Part 5. The next morning she waited in the laboratory at the lunch hour in the reasonable certainty that he would come to her. "Well, you have thought it over?" he said, sitting down beside her.
"I've been thinking of you all night," she answered.
"Well?" I don't care a rap for all these things." He said nothing for a space. "I don't see there's any getting away from the fact that you and I love each other," he said slowly. "So far you've got me and I you. You've got me. I'm like a creature just wakened up. My eyes are open to you. I keep on thinking of you. I keep on thinking of little details and aspects of your voice, your eyes, the way you walk, the way your hair goes back from the side of your forehead. I believe I have always been in love with you. Always. Before ever I knew you." She sat motionless with her hand tightening over the edge of the table, and he too said no more. She began to tremble violently. He stood up abruptly and went to the window. "We have," he said, "to be the utmost friends." She stood up and held her arms toward him. "I want you to kiss me," she said. He gripped the window-sill behind him. "If I do," he said. "No. I want to do without that. I want to do without that for a time. I want to give you time to think. I am a man of a sort of experience. You are a girl with very little. Just sit down on that stool again and let's talk of this in cold blood. People of your sort. I don't want the instincts to rush our situation. Are you sure what it is you want of me?" "I want you. I want you to be my lover. I want to give myself to you. I want to be whatever I can to you." She paused for a moment. "Is that plain?" she asked. "If I didn't love you better than myself," said Capes, "I wouldn't fence like this with you. I'm convinced you haven't thought this out," he went on. "You do not know what such a relation means. We are in love. Our heads swim with the thought of being together. But what can we do? Here am I, fixed to respectability in this laboratory. You're living at home. It means just furtive meetings." "I don't care how we meet," she said. "It will spoil your life." "It will make it. I want you. I am clear I want you. You are different from all the world for me. You can think all round me. You are the one person I can understand and feel right with. I don't idealize you. Don't imagine that. It isn't because you're good, but because I may be rotten bad. And there's something living and understanding in you, something that is born in you each time we meet, and pines when we are separated. You see, I'm selfish. I'm rather scornful. I think too much about myself. You're the only person I've really given good, straight, unselfish thought to. I'm making a mess of my life unless you come in and take it. I am. In you, if you can love me, there is salvation. Salvation. I know what I am doing better than you do. Think of that engagement." Their talk had come to eloquent silences that contradicted all he had to say. She stood up before him, smiling faintly. "I think we've exhausted this discussion," she said. "I think we have," he answered gravely, and took her in his arms, and smoothed her hair from her forehead, and very tenderly kissed her lips. Part 6. They spent the next Sunday in Richmond Park, and mingled the happy sensation of being together uninterruptedly through the long sunshine of a summer's day with the ample discussion of their position. "This is all the clean freshness of spring and youth," said Capes. "It is love with the down on. It is like the glitter of dew in the sunlight to be lovers such as we are, with no more than one warm kiss between us. I love everything to-day, and all of you, but I love this innocence upon us most of all. You can't imagine," he said, "what a beastly thing a furtive love affair can be." "This isn't furtive," said Ann Veronica. "Not a bit of it, and we won't make it so. We mustn't make it so." They loitered under the trees, they sat on mossy banks, they gossiped on friendly benches, they came back to lunch at the Star and Garter, and talked their afternoon away in the garden that looks out upon the crescent of the river. They had a universe to talk about, 2 universes. "What are you going to do?" said Capes, with his eyes on the broad distances beyond the ribbon of the river. "I will do whatever you want," said Ann Veronica. "My first love was all blundering," said Capes. He thought for a moment and went on. "Love is something that has to be taken care of. One has to be so careful. It's a beautiful plant, but a tender one. I didn't know. I've had a dread of love dropping its petals, becoming mean and ugly. How can I tell you all I feel? I love you beyond measure, and I'm afraid. I'm anxious, joyfully anxious, like a man when he has found a treasure." "You know," said Ann Veronica. "I just came to you and put myself in your hands." "That's why, in a way, I'm prudish. I've dreads. I don't want to tear at you with hot, rough hands." "As you will, dear lover. But for me it doesn't matter. Nothing is wrong that you do. Nothing. I am quite clear about this. I know exactly what I'm doing. I give myself to you." "God send you may never repent it," cried Capes. She put her hand in his to be squeezed. "You see," he said, "it is doubtful if we can ever marry. Very doubtful. I have been thinking. I will go to my wife again. I will do my utmost. But for a long time anyhow, we lovers have to be as if we were no more than friends." He paused. She answered slowly. "That is as you will," she said. "Why should it matter?" he said. And then, as she answered nothing, "Seeing that we are lovers."
Part 7. It was rather less than a week after that walk that Capes came and sat down beside Ann Veronica for their customary talk in the lunch hour. He took a handful of almonds and raisins that she held out to him, for both these young people had given up the practice of going out for luncheon, and kept her hand for a moment to kiss her fingertips. He did not speak for a moment. "Well?" she said. "I say," he said, without any movement. "Let's go." "Go?" She did not understand him at first, and then her heart began to beat very rapidly. "Stop this humbugging," he explained. "It's like the picture and the bust. I can't stand it. Let's go. Go off and live together until we can marry. Dare you?" "Do you mean now?" "At the end of the session. It's the only clean way for us. Are you prepared to do it?" Her hands clenched. "Yes," she said very faintly, and then, "Of course. Always. It is what I've wanted, what I have meant all along." She stared before her, trying to keep back a rush of tears. Capes kept obstinately stiff and spoke between his teeth. "There's endless reasons, no doubt, why we shouldn't," he said. "Endless. It's wrong in the eyes of most people. For many of them it will smirch us forever. You do understand?" "Who cares for most people?" she said, not looking at him. "I do. It means social isolation. Struggle." "If you dare, I dare," said Ann Veronica. "I was never so clear in all my life as I have been in this business." She lifted steadfast eyes to him. "Dare!" she said. The tears were welling over now, but her voice was steady. "You're not a man for me. Not one of a sex, I mean. You're just a particular being, with nothing else in the world to class with you. You are just necessary to life for me. I've never met any one like you. To have you is all important. Nothing else weighs against it. Morals only begin when that is settled. I shan't care a rap if we can never marry. I'm not a bit afraid of anything. Scandal, difficulty, struggle. I rather want them. I do want them." "You'll get them," he said. "This means a plunge." "Are you afraid?"
Only for you. Most of my income will vanish. Even unbelieving biological demonstrators must respect decorum. And besides, you see, you were a student. We shall have hardly any money.
"I don't care."
Hardship and danger. With you. And as for your people? They don't count. That is the dreadful truth. All this swamps them. They don't count, and I don't care. Capes suddenly abandoned his attitude of meditative restraint. "By Jove!" he broke out. "One tries to take a serious, sober view. I don't quite know why. But this is a great lark, Ann Veronica. This turns life into a glorious adventure." "Ah!" she cried in triumph. "I shall have to give up biology anyhow. I've always had a sneaking desire for the writing trade. That is what I must do. I can."
"Of course you can."
And biology was beginning to bore me a bit. One research is very like another. Latterly I've been doing things. Creative work appeals to me wonderfully. Things seem to come rather easily. But that and that sort of thing is just a daydream. For a time I must do journalism and work hard. What isn't a daydream is this, that you and I are going to put an end to flummery. And go."
"Go,"
said Ann Veronica, clenching her hands. "For better or worse?"
"For richer or poorer."
She could not go on, for she was laughing and crying at the same time.
"We were bound to do this when you kissed me," she sobbed through her tears. "We have been all this time. Only your queer code of honor honor! Once you begin with love, you have to see it through."
End of chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of Ann Veronica. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joy Chan. Ann Veronica by H.G. Wells. Chapter the 15th. The Last Days at Home. Part 1. They decided to go to Switzerland at the session's end. "We'll clean up everything tidy," said Capes. For her pride's sake, and to save herself from long daydreams and an unappeasable longing for her lover, Ann Veronica worked hard at her biology during those closing weeks. She was, as Capes had said, a hard young woman. She was keenly resolved to do well in the school examination and not to be drowned in the seas of emotion that threatened to submerge her intellectual being. Nevertheless, she could not prevent a rising excitement as the dawn of the new life drew near to her, a thrilling of the nerves, a secret and delicious exaltation above the common circumstances of existence. Sometimes her straying mind would become astonishingly active, embroidering bright and decorative things that she could say to Capes. Sometimes it passed into a state of passive acquiescence, into a radiant, formless, golden joy. She was aware of people, her aunt, her father, her fellow students, friends, and neighbors, moving about outside this glowing secret, very much as an actor is aware of the dim audience beyond the barrier of the footlights. They might applaud, or object, or interfere, but the drama was her very own. She was going through with that anyhow. The feeling of last days grew stronger with her as their number diminished. She went about the familiar home with a clearer and clearer sense of inevitable conclusions. She became exceptionally considerate and affectionate with her father and aunt, and more concerned about the coming catastrophe that she was about to precipitate upon them. Her aunt had a once exasperating habit of interrupting her work with demands for small household services, but now Ann Veronica rendered them with a queer readiness of anticipatory propitiation. She was greatly exercised by the problem of confiding the Widgetts. They were dears, and she talked away 2 evenings with Constance without broaching the topic. She made some vague intimations in letters to Miss Miniver that Miss Miniver failed to mark. But she did not bother her head very much about her relations with these sympathizers. And at length her penultimate day in Morningside Park dawned for her. She got up early and walked about the garden in the dewy June sunshine and revived her childhood. She was saying good-bye to childhood and home and her making. She was going out into the great multitudinous world. This time there would be no returning. She was at the end of girlhood and on the eve of a woman's crowning experience. She visited the corner that had been her own little garden. Her forget-me-nots and candytuft had long since been elbowed into insignificance by weeds. She visited the raspberry canes that had sheltered that first love affair with the little boy in velvet, and the greenhouse where she had been wont to read her secret letters. Here was the place behind the shed where she had used to hide from Roddy's persecutions, and here the border of herbaceous perennials under whose stems was fairyland. The back of the house had been the Alps for climbing, and the shrubs in front of it a terrae. The knots and broken pale that made the garden fence scalable, and gave access to the fields behind, were still to be traced. And here against a wall were the plum trees. In spite of God and wasps and her father, she had stolen plums, and once because of discovered misdeeds, and once because she had realized that her mother was dead. She had lain on her face in the unmown grass beneath the elm trees that came beyond the vegetables and poured out her soul in weeping. Remote little Ann Veronica. She would never know the heart of that child again. That child had loved fairy princes with velvet suits and golden locks, and she was in love with a real man named Capes, with little gleams of gold on his cheek, and a pleasant voice and firm and shapely hands. She was going to him soon and certainly, going to his strong, embracing arms. She was going through a new world with him side by side. She had been so busy with life that, for a vast gulf of time, as it seemed, she had given no thought to those ancient, imagined things of her childhood. Now, abruptly, they were real again, though very distant, and she had come to say farewell to them across one sundering year. She was unusually helpful at breakfast and unselfish about the eggs, and then she went off to catch the train before her father's. She did this to please him. He hated travelling second class with her. Indeed, he never did. But he also disliked travelling in the same train when his daughter was in an inferior class, because of the look of the thing. So he liked to go by a different train. And in the avenue she had an encounter with Ramage. It was an odd little encounter that left vague and dubitable impressions in her mind. She was aware of him, a silk-hatted, shiny black figure on the opposite side of the avenue. And then, abruptly and startlingly, he crossed the road and saluted and spoke to her. "I must speak to you," he said. "I can't keep away from you." She made some inane response. She was struck by a change in his appearance. His eyes looked a little bloodshot to her. His face had lost something of its ruddy freshness. He began a jerky, broken conversation that lasted until they reached the station, and left her puzzled at its drift and meaning. She quickened her pace, and so did he, talking at her slightly averted ear. She made lumpish and inadequate interruptions rather than replies. At times he seemed to be claiming pity from her, at times he was threatening her with her check and exposure, at times he was boasting of his inflexible will, and how, in the end, he always got what he wanted. He said that his life was boring and stupid without her. Something or other, she did not catch what, he was damned if he could stand. He was evidently nervous and very anxious to be impressive. His projecting eyes sought to dominate. The crowning aspect of the incident, for her mind, was the discovery that he and her indiscretion with him no longer mattered very much. Its importance had vanished with her abandonment of compromise. Even her debt to him was a triviality now. And, of course, she had a brilliant idea. It surprised her she hadn't thought of it before. She tried to explain that she was going to pay him £40 without fail next week. She said as much to him. She repeated this breathlessly. "I was glad you did not send it back again," he said. He touched a long-standing sore, and Ann Veronica found herself vainly trying to explain the inexplicable. "It's because I mean to send it back altogether," she said. He ignored her protests in order to pursue some impressive line of his own. "Here we are, living in the same suburb," he began. "We have to be modern." Her heart leapt within her as she caught that phrase. That knot also would be cut. Modern indeed! She was going to be as primordial as chipped flint. Part 2. In the late afternoon, as Ann Veronica was gathering flowers for the dinner table, her father came strolling across the lawn toward her with an affectation of great deliberation. "I want to speak to you about a little thing, Vee," said Mr. Stanley. Ann Veronica's tense nerves started, and she stood still with her eyes upon him, wondering what it might be that impended. "You were talking to that fellow Ramage to-day, in the avenue, walking to the station with him."
So that was it.
"He came and talked to me." "Yes," Mr. Stanley considered. "Well, I don't want you to talk to him," he said, very firmly.
Ann Veronica paused before she answered.
"Don't you think I ought to?" she asked, very submissively. "No." Mr. Stanley coughed and faced toward the house. "He is not... I don't like him. I think it inadvisable. I don't want an intimacy to spring up between you and a man of that type."
Ann Veronica reflected.
"I have had 1 or 2 talks with him, Daddy." "Don't let there be any more. In fact, I dislike him extremely."
"Suppose he comes and talks to me?"
"A girl can always keep a man at a distance if she cares to do it. She can snub him."
Ann Veronica picked a cornflower.
"I wouldn't make this objection," Mr. Stanley went on, "but there are stories about Ramage. He lives in a world of possibilities outside your imagination. His treatment of his wife is most unsatisfactory. Most unsatisfactory. A bad man, in fact. A dissipated, loose-living man."
"I'll try not to see him again," said Ann Veronica. "I didn't know you objected to him, Daddy."
"Strongly," said Mr. Stanley. "Very strongly."
The conversation hung. Ann Veronica wondered what her father would do if she were to tell him the full story of her relations with Ramage.
"A man like that taints a girl by looking at her, by his mere conversation."
He adjusted his glasses on his nose. There was another little thing he had to say.
"One has to be so careful of one's friends and acquaintances," he remarked, by way of transition. "They mould one insensibly."
His voice assumed an easy, detached tone.
"I suppose, Vee, you don't see much of those widgets now?"
"I go in and talk to Constance sometimes."
"Do you?"
"We were great friends at school."
"No doubt. Still, I don't know whether I quite like... something ramshackle about those people, Vee. While I am talking about your friends, I think you ought to know how I look at it."
His voice conveyed studied moderation.
"I don't mind, of course, your seeing her sometimes. Still there are differences. Differences in social atmospheres. One gets drawn into things. Before you know where you are, you find yourself in a complication. I don't want to influence you unduly, but they're artistic people, Vee. That's the fact about them. We're different."
"I suppose we are," said Vee, rearranging the flowers in her hand.
"Friendships that are all very well between schoolgirls don't always go on into later life. It's a social difference."
"I like Constance very much."
"No doubt. Still, one has to be reasonable. As you admitted to me, one has to square oneself with the world. You don't know. With people of that sort, all sorts of things may happen. We don't want things to happen."
Ann Veronica made no answer. A vague desire to justify himself ruffled her father.
"I may seem unduly anxious. I can't forget about your sister. It's that has always made me... She, you know, was drawn into a set. Didn't discriminate private theatricals."
Ann Veronica remained anxious to hear more of her sister's story from her father's point of view, but he did not go on. Even so much allusion as this to that family shadow, she felt, was an immense recognition of her ripening years.
She glanced at him. He stood a little anxious and fussy, bothered by the responsibility of her, entirely careless of what her life was or was likely to be, ignoring her thoughts and feelings, ignorant of every fact of importance in her life, explaining everything he could not understand in her as nonsense and perversity, concerned only with a terror of bothers and undesirable situations. "We don't want things to happen." Never had he shown his daughter so clearly that the womenkind he was persuaded he had to protect and control could please him in one way, and in one way only, and that was by doing nothing except the punctual domestic duties and being nothing except restful appearances. He had quite enough to see to and worry about in the city without their doing things. He had no use for Ann Veronica. He had never had a use for her since she had been too old to sit upon his knee. Nothing but the constraint of social usage now linked him to her. And the less anything happened, the better. The less she lived, in fact, the better. These realizations rushed into Ann Veronica's mind and hardened her heart against him. She spoke slowly. "I may not see the Widgetts for some little time, father," she said. "I don't think I shall." "Some little tiff?" "No, but I don't think I shall see them." Suppose you were to add, "I'm going away." "I'm glad to hear you say it," said Mr. Stanley, and was so evidently pleased that Ann Veronica's heart smote her. "I am very glad to hear you say it," he repeated, and refrained from further inquiry. "I think we are growing sensible," he said. "I think you are getting to understand me better." He hesitated and walked away from her toward the house. Her eyes followed him. The curve of his shoulders, the very angle of his feet, expressed relief at her apparent obedience. "Thank goodness," said that retreating aspect. "That's said and over. Vee's all right. There's nothing happened at all." She didn't mean, he concluded, to give him any more trouble ever, and he was free to begin a fresh chromatic novel. He had just finished The Blue Lagoon, which he thought very beautiful and tender and absolutely irrelevant to Morningside Park. Or work in peace at his microtome without bothering her in the least. The immense disillusionment that awaited him. The devastating disillusionment. She had a vague desire to run after him, to state her case to him, to wring some understanding from him of what life was to her. She felt a cheat and a sneak to his unsuspecting retreating back. "But what can one do?" asked Ann Veronica. Part 3. She dressed carefully for dinner in a black dress that her father liked and that made her look serious and responsible. Dinner was quite uneventful. Her father read a draft prospectus warily, and her aunt dropped fragments of her projects for managing while the cook had a holiday. After dinner, Ann Veronica went into the drawing-room with Miss Stanley, and her father went up to his den for his pipe and pensive petrography. Later in the evening she heard him whistling, poor man. She felt very restless and excited. She refused coffee, though she knew that anyhow she was doomed to a sleepless night. She took up one of her father's novels and put it down again, fretted up to her own room for some work, sat on her bed, and meditated upon the room that she was now really abandoning forever, and returned at length with the stocking to darn. Her aunt was making herself cuffs out of little slips of insertion under the newly lit lamp. Ann Veronica sat down in the other armchair and darned badly for a minute or so. Then she looked at her aunt and traced with a curious eye the careful arrangement of her hair, her sharp nose, the little drooping lines of mouth and chin and cheek. Her thoughts spoke aloud. "Were you ever in love, aunt?" she asked. Her aunt glanced up, startled, and then sat very still, with hands that had ceased to work. "What makes you ask such a question, Vee?" she said. "I wondered." Her aunt answered in a low voice. "I was engaged to him, dear, for 7 years, and then he died." Ann Veronica made a sympathetic little murmur. "He was in holy orders, and we were to have been married when he got a living. He was a Wiltshire Edmondshaw, a very old family." She sat very still. Ann Veronica hesitated with a question that had leapt up in her mind, and that she felt was cruel. "Are you sorry you waited, aunt?" she said. Her aunt was a long time before she answered. "His stipend forbade it," she said, and seemed to fall into a train of thought. "It would have been rash and unwise," she said at the end of a meditation. "What he had was altogether insufficient." Ann Veronica looked at the mildly pensive gray eyes and the comfortable, rather refined face with a penetrating curiosity. Presently her aunt sighed deeply and looked at the clock. "Time for my patients," she said. She got up, put the neat cuffs she had made into her work-basket, and went to the bureau for the little cards in the morocco case. Ann Veronica jumped up to get her the card table. "I haven't seen the new patients, dear," she said. "May I sit beside you?" "It's a very difficult one," said her aunt. "Perhaps you will help me shuffle." Ann Veronica did, and also assisted nimbly with the arrangements of the rows of 8 with which the struggle began. Then she sat watching the play, sometimes offering a helpful suggestion, sometimes letting her attention wander to the smoothly shining arms she had folded across her knees, just below the edge of the table. She was feeling extraordinarily well that night, so that the sense of her body was a deep delight, a realization of a gentle warmth and strength and elastic firmness. Then she glanced at the cards again, over which her aunt's many-ringed hand played, and then at the rather weak, rather plump face that surveyed its operations. It came to Ann Veronica that life was wonderful beyond measure. It seemed incredible that she and her aunt were indeed creatures of the same blood, only by a birth or so different beings, and part of that same broad interlacing stream of human life that has invented the fauns and nymphs, Astarte, Aphrodite, Freya, and all the twining beauty of the gods. The love songs of all the ages were singing in her blood, the scent of night-stock from the garden filled the air, and the moths that beat upon the closed frames of the window next to the lamp set her mind dreaming of kisses in the dusk. Yet her aunt, with a ringed hand flitting to her lips and a puzzled, worried look in her eyes, deaf to all this riot of warmth and flitting desire, was playing Patience. Playing Patience, as if Dionysius and her curate had died together. A faint buzz above the ceiling witnessed that petrography, too, was active. Gray and tranquil world. Amazing, passionless world. A world in which days without meaning, days in which we don't want things to happen, followed days without meaning, until the last thing happened, the ultimate, unavoidable, coarse, disagreeable. It was her last evening in that rapid life against which she had rebelled. Warm reality was now so near her she could hear it beating in her ears. Away in London even now Capes was packing and preparing. Capes, the magic man whose touch turned one to trembling fire. What was he doing? What was he thinking? It was less than a day now, less than 20 hours, 17 hours, 16 hours. She glanced at the soft ticking clock with the exposed brass pendulum upon the white marble mantel, and made a rapid calculation. To be exact, it was just 16 hours and 20 minutes. The slow stars circled on to the moment of their meeting, the softly glittering summer stars. She saw them shining over mountains of snow, over valleys of haze and warm darkness. There would be no moon. "I believe, after all, it's coming out," said Miss Stanley. "The aces made it easy." Ann Veronica started from her reverie, sat up in her chair, became attentive. "Look, dear," she said presently, "you can put the 10 on the jack." End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of Ann Veronica. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joy Chan. Ann Veronica by H.G. Wells. Chapter the 16th. In the Mountains. Part 1. Next day Ann Veronica and Capes felt like newborn things. It seemed to them they could never have been really alive before, but only dimly anticipating existence. They sat face to face beneath an experienced-looking rucksack and a brand-new portmanteau and a leather handbag, in the afternoon boat train that goes from Charing Cross to Folkestone for Boulogne. They tried to read illustrated papers in an unconcerned manner, and with forced attention, lest they should catch the leaping exultation in each other's eyes. And they admired Kent sedulously from the windows. They crossed the Channel in sunshine and a breeze that just ruffled the sea to glittering scales of silver. Some of the people who watched them standing side by side thought they must be newly wedded because of their happy faces, and others that they were an old established couple because of their easy confidence in each other. At Boulogne they took train to Basel. Next morning they breakfasted together in the buffet of that station, and thence they caught the Interlaken Express, and so went by way of Spies to Frutigen. There was no railway beyond Frutigen in those days. They sent their baggage by post to Kandersteg, and walked along the mule path to the left of the stream to that queer hollow among the precipices, Blau See, where the petrifying branches of trees lie in the blue deeps of an icy lake, and pine trees clamber among gigantic boulders. A little inn flying a Swiss flag nestles under a great rock, and there they put aside their knapsacks and lunched and rested in the midday shadow of the gorge and the scent of resin. And later they paddled in a boat above the mysterious deeps of the sea, and peered down into the green blues and the blue greens together. By that time it seemed to them they had lived together 20 years. Except for one memorable school excursion to Paris, Ann Veronica had never yet been outside England, so that it seemed to her the whole world had changed. The very light of it had changed. Instead of English villas and cottages, there were chalets and Italian-built houses shining white. There were lakes of emerald and sapphire, and clustering castles, and such sweeps of hill and mountain, such shining uplands of snow as she had never seen before. Everything was fresh and bright, from the kindly manners of the Frutigen cobbler, who hammered mountain nails into her boots, to the unfamiliar wildflowers that spangled the wayside. And Capes had changed into the easiest and jolliest companion in the world. The mere fact that he was there in the train alongside her, helping her, sitting opposite to her in the dining-car, presently sleeping on a seat within a yard of her, made her heart sing until she was afraid their fellow passengers would hear it. It was too good to be true. She would not sleep for fear of losing a moment of that sense of his proximity. To walk beside him, dressed akin to him, rucksacked and companionable, was bliss in itself. Each step she took was like stepping once more across the threshold of heaven. One trouble, however, shot its slanting bolts athwart the shining warmth of that opening day, and marred its perfection, and that was the thought of her father. She had treated him badly. She had hurt him and her aunt. She had done wrong by their standards, and she would never persuade them that she had done right. She thought of her father in the garden, and of her aunt with her patients, as she had seen them. How many ages was it ago? Just one day intervened. She felt as if she had struck them unawares. The thought of them distressed her without subtracting at all from the oceans of happiness in which she swam. But she wished she could put the thing she had done in some way to them, so that it would not hurt them so much as the truth would certainly do. The thought of their faces, and particularly of her aunt's, as it would meet the fact, disconcerted, unfriendly, condemning, pained, occurred to her again and again. "Oh, I wish," she said, "that people thought alike about these things." Capes watched the limpid water dripping from his oar. "I wish they did," he said, "but they don't." "I feel all this is the rightest of all conceivable things. I want to tell every one. I want to boast myself." "I know." "I told them a lie. I told them lies. I wrote 3 letters yesterday and tore them up. It was so hopeless to put it to them. At last I told a story." "You didn't tell them our position." "I implied we had married." "They'll find out. They'll know." Not yet. Sooner or later. Possibly, bit by bit. But it was hopelessly hard to put. I said I knew he disliked and distrusted you and your work, that you shared all Russell's opinions. He hates Russell beyond measure, and that we couldn't possibly face a conventional marriage. What else could one say? I left him to suppose a registry, perhaps. Capes let his oar smack on the water. Do you mind very much? He shook his head. But it makes me feel inhuman, he added. And me. It's the perpetual trouble, he said, of parent and child. They can't help seeing things in the way they do. Nor can we. We don't think they're right, but they don't think we are. A deadlock. In a very definite sense, we are in the wrong, hopelessly in the wrong. But it's just this. Who was to be hurt? I wish no one had to be hurt, said Ann Veronica. When one is happy, I don't like to think of them. Last time I left home I felt as hard as nails, but this is all different. It is different. There's a sort of instinct of rebellion, said Capes. It isn't anything to do with our times particularly. People think it is, but they're wrong. It's to do with adolescence. Long before religion and society heard of doubt, girls were all for midnight coaches and Gretna Green. It's a sort of home-leaving instinct. He followed up a line of thought. There's another instinct, too, he went on, in a state of suppression, unless I'm very much mistaken. A child-expelling instinct. I wonder. There's no family-uniting instinct, anyhow. It's habit and sentiment and material convenience hold families together after adolescence. There's always friction, conflict, unwilling concessions. Always. I don't believe there is any strong natural affection at all between parents and growing-up children. There wasn't, I know, between myself and my father. I didn't allow myself to see things as they were in those days. Now I do. I bored him. I hated him. I suppose that shocks one's ideas. It's true. There are sentimental and traditional deferences and reverences, I know, between father and son. But that's just exactly what prevents the development of an easy friendship. Father-worshipping sons are abnormal. And they're no good at all. One's got to be a better man than one's father, or what is the good of successive generations? Life is rebellion or nothing. He rowed a stroke and watched the swirl of water from his oar broaden and die away. At last he took up his thoughts again. I wonder if, some day, one won't need to rebel against customs and laws. If this discord will have gone. Some day, perhaps. Who knows? The old won't coddle and hamper the young, and the young won't need to fly in the faces of the old. They'll face facts as facts and understand. Oh, to face facts! Gods! What a world it might be if people faced facts. Understanding, understanding. There is no other salvation. Some day older people, perhaps, will trouble to understand younger people, and there won't be these fierce disruptions. There won't be barriers one must defy or perish. That's really our choice now. Defy or futility. The world perhaps will be educated out of its idea of fixed standards. I wonder, Ann Veronica, if, when our time comes, we shall be any wiser. Ann Veronica watched a water beetle fussing across the green depths. One can't tell. I'm a female thing at bottom. I like high tone for a flourish, and stars and ideas. But I want my things. Part 2. Capes thought. It's odd. I have no doubt in my mind that what we are doing is wrong, he said, and yet I do it without compunction. I never felt so absolutely right, said Ann Veronica. You are a female thing at bottom, he admitted. I'm not nearly so sure as you. As for me, I look twice at it. Life is two things, that's how I see it. Two things mixed and muddled up together. Life is morality. Life is adventure. Squire and master. Adventure rules, and morality... looks up the trains in the Bradshaw. Morality tells you what is right, and adventure moves you. If morality means anything, it means keeping bounds, respecting implications, respecting implicit bounds. If individuality means anything, it means breaking bounds, adventure. Will you be moral and your species, or immoral and yourself? We've decided to be immoral. We needn't try and give ourselves airs. We've deserted the posts in which we found ourselves, cut our duties, exposed ourselves to risks that may destroy any sort of social usefulness in us. I don't know. One keeps rules in order to be one's self. One studies nature in order not to be blindly ruled by her. There's no sense in morality, I suppose, unless you are fundamentally immoral. She watched his face as he traced his way through these speculative thickets. "Look at our affair," he went on, looking up at her. "No power on earth will persuade me we're not two rather disreputable persons. You desert your home, I throw up useful teaching, risk every hope in your career. Here we are absconding, pretending to be what we are not. Shady, to say the least of it. It's not a bit of good pretending there's any higher truth or wonderful principle in this business. There isn't. We never started out in any high-browed manner to scandalize and shellify. When first you left your home, you had no idea that I was the hidden impulse. I wasn't. You came out like an ant for your nuptial flight. It was just a chance that we in particular hit against each other. Nothing predestined about it. We just hit against each other, and here we are, flying off at a tangent, a little surprised at what we are doing, all our principles abandoned, and tremendously and quite unreasonably proud of ourselves. Out of all this we have struck a sort of harmony, and it's gorgeous." "Glorious," said Ann Veronica. "Would you like us if someone told you the bare outline of our story and what we are doing?" "I shouldn't mind," said Ann Veronica. "But if someone else asked your advice, if someone else said, 'Here is my teacher, a jaded married man on the verge of middle age, and he and I have a violent passion for one another. We propose to disregard all our ties, all our obligations, all the established prohibitions of society, and begin life together afresh.' What would you tell her?" "If she asked advice, I should say she wasn't fit to do anything of the sort. I should say that having a doubt was enough to condemn it." "But waive that point." "It would be different all the same. It wouldn't be you." "It wouldn't be you either. I suppose that's the gist of the whole thing." He stared at a little eddy. "The rule's all right, so long as there isn't a case. Rules are for established things, like the pieces and positions of a game. Men and women are not established things. They're experiments, all of them. Every human being is a new thing, exists to do new things. Find the thing you want to do most intensely, make sure that's it, and do it with all your might. If you live, well and good. If you die, well and good. Your purpose is done. Well, this is our thing." He woke the glassy water to swirling activity again, and made the deep blue shapes below writhe and shiver. "This is my thing," said Ann Veronica softly, with thoughtful eyes upon him. Then she looked up the sweep of pine trees to the towering sunlit cliffs and the high heaven above, and then back to his face. She drew in a deep breath of the sweet mountain air. Her eyes were soft and grave, and there was the faintest of smiles upon her resolute lips. Part 3. Later they loitered along a winding path above the inn and made love to one another. Their journey had made them indolent, the afternoon was warm, and it seemed impossible to breathe a sweeter air. The flowers and turf, a wild strawberry, a rare butterfly, and such like little intimate things had become more interesting than mountains. Their flitting hands were always touching. Deep silences came between them. "I had thought to go on to Kandersteg," said Capes. "But this is a pleasant place. There is not a soul in the inn but ourselves. Let us stay the night here, then we can loiter and gossip to our heart's content." "Agreed," said Ann Veronica. "After all, it's our honeymoon." "All we shall get," said Ann Veronica. "This place is very beautiful." "Any place would be beautiful," said Ann Veronica in a low voice. For a time they walked in silence. "I wonder," she began presently, "why I love you, and love you so much. I know now what it is to be an abandoned female. I am an abandoned female. I'm not ashamed of the things I'm doing. I want to put myself into your hands. You know, I wish I could roll my little body up small and squeeze it into your hand and grip your fingers upon it. Tight. I want you to hold me and have me so... everything. Everything. It's a pure joy of giving. Giving to you. I have never spoken of these things to any human being. Just dreamed, and ran away even from my dreams. It is as if my lips had been sealed about them, and now I break the seals. For you. Only I wish today I was 1,000 times, 10,000 times more beautiful." Capes lifted her hand and kissed it. "You are 1,000 times more beautiful," he said, "than anything else could be. You are you. You are all the beauty in the world. Beauty doesn't mean, never has meant, anything, anything at all but you. It heralded you, promised you." Part 4. They lay side by side in a shallow nest of turf and mosses among boulders and stunted bushes on a high rock, and watched the day sky deep into evening between the vast precipices overhead, and looked over the tree-tops down the widening gorge. A distant suggestion of chalets and a glimpse of the road set them talking for a time of the world they had left behind. Capes spoke casually of their plans for work. "It's a flabby, loose-willed world we have to face. It won't even know whether to be scandalized at us or forgiving. It will hold aloof, a little undecided whether to pelt or not." "That depends whether we carry ourselves as though we expected pelting," said Ann Veronica. "We won't." "No fear." "Then, as we succeed, it will begin to sidle back to us. It will do its best to overlook things." "If we let it, poor dear. That's if we succeed. If we fail," said Capes, "then—" "We aren't going to fail," said Ann Veronica. Life seemed a very brave and glorious enterprise to Ann Veronica that day. She was quivering with the sense of Capes at her side and glowing with heroic love. It seemed to her that if they put their hands jointly against the Alps and pushed, they would be able to push them aside. She lay and nibbled at a sprig of dwarf rhododendron. "Fail!" she said. Part 5. Presently it occurred to Ann Veronica to ask about the journey he had planned. He had his sections of the Siegfried map folded in his pocket, and he squatted up with his legs crossed like an Indian idol, while she lay prone beside him and followed every movement of his indicatory finger. "Here," he said, "is this Blau See, and here we rest until to-morrow. I think we rest here until to-morrow." There was a brief silence. "It is a very pleasant place," said Ann Veronica, biting a rhododendron stalk through, and with that faint shadow of a smile returning to her lips. "And then?" said Ann Veronica. "Then we go on to this place, the Ocean Sea. It's a lake among precipices, and there is a little inn where we can stay and sit and eat our dinner at a pleasant table that looks upon the lake. For some days we shall be very idle there among the trees and rocks. There are boats on the lake in shady depths and wildernesses of pine wood. After a day or so, perhaps, we will go on 1 or 2 little excursions and see how good your head is, a mild scramble or so, and then up to a hut on a pass just here, and out upon the bloomless Alp glacier that spreads out so and so." She roused herself from some dream at the word. "Glaciers?" she said. "Under the wild Froh, which was named after you." He bent and kissed her hair and paused, and then forced his attention back to the map. "One day," he resumed, "we will start off early and come down into Kandersteg, and up these zigzags, and here, and so past this Dolbensee to a tiny inn. It won't be busy yet, though. We may get it all to ourselves. On the brim of the steepest zigzag you can imagine, thousands of feet of zigzag. And you will sit and eat lunch with me and look out across the Rhone Valley and over blue distances beyond blue distances to the Matterhorn and Monte Rosa and a long regiment of sunny, snowy mountains. And when we see them we shall at once want to go to them. That's the way with beautiful things. And down we shall go, like flies down a wall, to Leukerbad, and so to Luck Station here, and then by train up the Rhone Valley, and this little side valley to Stalden. And there, in the cool of the afternoon, we shall start off up a gorge, torrents and cliffs below us and above us, to sleep in a half-way inn, and go on next day to Saas Fee, Saas of the magic, Saas of the pagan people. And there, about Saas, are ice and snows again. And sometimes we will loiter among the rocks and trees about Saas, or peep into Samuel Butler's chapels, and sometimes we will climb up out of the way of the other people onto the glaciers and snow. And for one expedition at least, we will go up this desolate valley here to Matmark, and so on to Monte Moro. There indeed you see Monte Rosa, almost the best of all." "Is it very beautiful?" "When I saw it there it was very beautiful. It was wonderful. It was the crowned queen of mountains in her robes of shining white. It towered up high above the level of the pass, thousands of feet, still, shining and white, and below, thousands of feet below, was a floor of little woolly clouds. And then presently these clouds began to wear thin and expose steep, deep slopes going down and down, with grass and pine trees, down, and at last, through a great rent in the clouds, bare roofs, shining like very minute pinheads, and a road like a fibre of white silk. Macugnana in Italy. It will be a fine day. It will have to be, when you first set eyes on Italy. That's as far as we go." "Can't we go down into Italy?" "No," he said. "It won't run to that now. We must wave our hands at the blue hills far away there, and go back to London and work." "But Italy?" "Italy's for a good girl," he said, and laid his hand for a moment on her shoulder. "She must look forward to Italy." "I say," she reflected, "you are rather the master, you know." The idea struck him as novel. "Of course I'm manager for this expedition," he said after an interval of self-examination. She slid her cheek down the tweed sleeve of his coat. "Nice sleeve," she said, and came to his hand and kissed it. "I say," he cried, "look here. Aren't you going a little too far? This is degradation. Making a fuss with sleeves. You mustn't do things like that." "Why not?" "Free woman and equal." "I do it of my own free will," said Ann Veronica, kissing his hand again. "It's nothing to what I will do." "Oh, well," he said a little doubtfully, "it's just a phase," and bent down and rested his hand on her shoulder for a moment, with his heart beating and his nerves a-quiver. Then, as she lay very still, with her hands clenched and her black hair tumbled about her face, he came still closer and softly kissed the nape of her neck. Part 6. Most of the things that he had planned they did, but they climbed more than he had intended because Ann Veronica proved rather a good climber, steady-headed and plucky, rather daring, but quite willing to be cautious at his command. One of the things that most surprised him in her was her capacity for blind obedience. She loved to be told to do things. He knew the circle of mountains about Saas Fee fairly well. He had been there twice before, and it was fine to get away from the straggling pedestrians into the high, lonely places, and sit and munch sandwiches and talk together and do things together that were just a little difficult and dangerous. And they could talk, they found, and never once, it seemed, did their meaning and intention hitch. They were enormously pleased with one another, they found each other beyond measure better than they had expected, if only because of the want of substance in mere expectation. Their conversation degenerated again and again into a strain of self-congratulation that would have irked an eavesdropper. I don't know," said Ann Veronica. "You're splendid." "It isn't that you're splendid or I," said Capes, "but we satisfy one another. Heaven alone knows why. So completely. The oddest fitness. What is it made of? Texture of skin and texture of mind? Complexion and voice. I don't think I've got illusions, nor you. If I had never met anything of you at all but a scrap of your skin binding a book, Ann Veronica, I know I would have kept that somewhere near to me. All your faults are just jolly modelling to make you real and solid." "The faults are the best part of it," said Ann Veronica. "Why, even our little vicious strains run the same way, even our coarseness." "Coarse?" said Capes. "We're not coarse." "But if we were?" said Ann Veronica. "I can talk to you and you to me without a scrap of effort," said Capes. "That's the essence of it. It's made up of things as small as the diameter of hairs and big as life and death. One always dreamed of this and never believed it. It's the rarest luck, the wildest, most impossible accident. Most people, everyone I know else, seem to have mated with foreigners and to talk uneasily in unfamiliar tongues, to be afraid of the knowledge the other one has, of the other one's perpetual misjudgment and misunderstandings. Why don't they wait?" he added. Ann Veronica had one of her flashes of insight. "One doesn't wait," said Ann Veronica. She expanded that. "I shouldn't have waited," she said. "I might have muddled for a time. But it's as you say. I've had the rarest luck and fallen on my feet." "We've both fallen on our feet. We're the rarest of mortals, the real thing. There's not a compromise nor a sham nor a concession between us. We aren't afraid. We don't bother. We don't consider each other. We needn't. That rapid life, as you call it. We've burned the confounded rags, danced out of it. We're stark." "Stark!" echoed Ann Veronica. Part 7. As they came back from that day's climb, it was up the Mittagong. They had to cross a shining space of wet, steep rocks between two grass slopes that needed a little care. There were a few loose, broken fragments of rock to reckon with upon the ledges, and one place where hands did as much work as toes. They used the rope, not that a rope was at all necessary, but because Ann Veronica's exalted state of mind made the fact of the rope agreeably symbolical. And anyhow, it did ensure joint death in the event of some remotely possible mischance. Capes went first, finding footholds, and, where the drops in the strata edges came like long, awkward steps, placing Ann Veronica's feet. About half-way across this interval, when everything seemed going well, Capes had a shock. "Heavens!" exclaimed Ann Veronica with extraordinary passion. "My God!" and ceased to move. Capes became rigid and adhesive. Nothing ensued. "All right?" he asked. "I'll have to pay it." "Eh?" "I've forgotten something. Oh, cuss it!" "Eh?" "He said I would." "What?" "That's the devil of it." "Devil of what? You do use foul language." "Forget about it like this." "Forget what?" "And I said I wouldn't. I said I'd do anything. I said I'd make shirts." "Shirts?" "Shirts at one and something a dozen. Oh, goodness! Bilking! Ann Veronica, you're a bilker." Pause. "Will you tell me what all this is about?" said Capes. "It's about £40." Capes waited patiently. "Gee, I'm sorry, but you've got to lend me £40." "It's some sort of delirium," said Capes. "The rarefied air? I thought you had a better head." "No, I'll explain lower. It's all right. Let's go on climbing now. It's a thing I've unaccountably overlooked. All right, really. It can wait a bit longer. I borrowed £40 from Mr. Ramage. Thank goodness you'll understand. That's why I chucked Manning. All right, I'm coming. But all this business has driven it clean out of my head. That's why he was so annoyed, you know." "Who was annoyed?" "Mr. Ramage, about the £40." She took a step. "My dear," she added by way of afterthought, "you do obliterate things." Part 8. They found themselves next day talking love to one another high up on some rocks above a steep bank of snow that overhung a precipice on the eastern side of the Fee Glacier. By this time Capes' hair had bleached nearly white, and his skin had become a skin of red copper shot with gold. They were now both in a state of unprecedented physical fitness, and such skirts as Ann Veronica had had when she entered the Valley of Saas were safely packed away in the hotel, and she wore a leather belt and loose knickerbockers and puttees, a costume that suited the fine long lines of her limbs far better than any feminine walking dress could do. Her complexion had resisted the snow glare wonderfully. Her skin had only deepened its natural warmth a little under the Alpine sun. She had pushed aside her azure veil, taken off her snow glasses, and sat smiling under her hand at the shining glories, the lit cornices, the blue shadows, the softly rounded enormous snow masses, the deep places full of quivering luminosity, of the Taschhorn and Dom. The sky was cloudless, effulgent blue. Capes sat watching and admiring her, and then he fell praising the day and fortune and their love for each other. "Here we are," he said, "shining through each other like light through a stained glass window, with this air in our blood, this sunlight soaking us. Life is so good. Can it ever be so good again?" Ann Veronica put out a firm hand and squeezed his arm. "It's very good," she said. "It's glorious good. Suppose now, look at this long snow slope and then that blue deep beyond. Do you see that round pool of colour in the ice, 1,000 feet or more below? Yes? Well, think. We've got to go but 10 steps and lie down and put our arms about each other. See? Down we should rush in a foam, in a cloud of snow, to flight and a dream. All the rest of our lives would be together then, Ann Veronica, every moment, and no ill chances." "If you tempt me too much," she said after a silence, "I shall do it. I need only just jump up and throw myself upon you. I'm a desperate young woman. And then as we went down you'd try to explain, and that would spoil it. You know you don't mean it." "No, I don't. But I like to say it." "Rather. But I wonder why you don't mean it." "Because, I suppose, the other thing is better. What other reason could there be? It's more complex, but it's better. This glissade would be damned scoundrelism. You know that, and I know that, though we might be put to it to find a reason why. It would be swindling, drawing the pay of life and then not living. And besides, we're going to live, Ann Veronica. Oh, the things we'll do, the life we'll lead. There'll be trouble in it at times. You and I aren't going to run without friction. But we've got the brains to get over that and tongues in our heads to talk to each other. We shan't hang up on any misunderstanding. Not us. And we're going to fight that old world down there, that old world that had shoved up that silly old hotel and all the rest of it. If we don't live it, we'll think we are afraid of it. Die, indeed. We're going to do work. We're going to unfold about each other. We're going to have children." "Girls!" said Ann Veronica. "Boys!" said Capes. "Both!" said Ann Veronica. "Lots of 'em." Capes chuckled. "You delicate female." "Who cares?" said Ann Veronica. "Seeing it's you. Warm, soft little wonders. Of course I want them." Part 9. "All sorts of things we're going to do," said Capes. "All sorts of times we're going to have. Sooner or later we'll certainly do something to clean those prisons you told me about. Lime-wash the underside of life. You and I. We can love on a snow cornice. We can love over a pail of whitewash. Love anywhere. Anywhere. Moonlight and music. Pleasing, you know, but quite unnecessary. We met dissecting dogfish. Do you remember your first day with me? Do you indeed remember? The smell of decay and cheap methylated spirit. My dear, we've had so many moments. I used to go over the times we'd had together, the things we'd said, like a rosary of beads. But now it's beads by the cask, like the hold of a West African trader. It feels like too much gold dust clutched in one's hand. One doesn't want to lose a grain, and one must. Some of it must slip through one's fingers. "I don't care if it does," said Ann Veronica. "I don't care a rap for remembering. I care for you. This moment couldn't be better until the next moment comes. That's how it takes me. Why should we hoard? We aren't going out presently like Japanese lanterns in a gale. It's the poor dears who do, who know they will, know they can't keep it up, who need to clutch at wayside flowers and put 'em in little books for remembrance. Flattened flowers aren't for the likes of us. Moments indeed! We like each other fresh and fresh. It isn't illusions. For us. We two just love each other, the real identical other, all the time." "The real identical other," said Capes, and took and bit the tip of her little finger. "There's no delusion so far as I know," said Ann Veronica. "I don't believe there is one. If there is, it's a mere wrapping. There's better underneath. It's only as if I'd begun to know you the day before yesterday or thereabouts. You keep on coming truer, after you have seemed to come altogether true. You brick!" Part 10. "To think," he cried, "you are 10 years younger than I! There are times when you make me feel a little thing at your feet, a young, silly, protected thing. Do you know, Ann Veronica, it is all a lie about your birth certificate, a forgery, and fooling at that. You are one of the immortals. Immortal! You were in the beginning, and all the men in the world who have known what love is have worshipped at your feet. You have converted me to Lester Ward! You are my dear friend. You are a slip of a girl. But there are moments when my head has been on your breast, when your heart has been beating close to my ears, when I have known you for the goddess, when I have wished myself your slave, when I have wished that you could kill me for the joy of being killed by you. You are the high priestess of life." "Your priestess," whispered Ann Veronica softly. "A silly little priestess who knew nothing of life at all until she came to you." Part 11. They sat for a time without speaking a word, in an enormous shining glow of mutual satisfaction. "Well," said Capes at length, "we've got to go down, Ann Veronica. Life waits for us." He stood up and waited for her to move. "Gods!" cried Ann Veronica, and kept him standing. "And to think that it's not a full year ago since I was a black-hearted rebel schoolgirl, distressed, puzzled, perplexed, not understanding that this great force of love was bursting its way through me. All those nameless discontents, they were no more than love's birth-pangs. I felt living in a masked world. I felt as though I had bandaged eyes. I felt wrapped in thick cobwebs. They blinded me. They got in my mouth. And now, dear, dear, the dayspring from on high hath visited me. I love. I am loved. I want to shout. I want to sing. I am glad. I am glad to be alive because you are alive. I am glad to be a woman because you are a man. I am glad. I am glad. I am glad. I thank God for life in you. I thank God for his sunlight on your face. I thank God for the beauty you love and the faults you love. I thank God for the very skin that is peeling from your nose, for all things great and small that make us what we are. This is grace I am saying. Oh, my dear, all the joy and weeping of life are mixed in me now, and all the gratitude. Never a new-born dragonfly that spread its wings in the morning has felt as glad as I. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Ann Veronica. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joy Chan. Ann Veronica by H.G. Wells. Chapter the 17th. In Perspective. Part 1. About 4 years and a quarter later, to be exact, it was 4 years and 4 months, Mr. and Mrs. Cape stood side by side upon an old Persian carpet that did duty as a hearthrug in the dining-room of their flat, and surveyed a shining dinner-table set for 4 people, lit by skilfully shaded electric lights, brightened by frequent gleams of silver, and carefully and simply adorned with sweet pea blossom. Capes had altered scarcely at all during the interval, except for a new quality of smartness in the cut of his clothes, but Ann Veronica was nearly half an inch taller. Her face was at once stronger and softer, her neck firmer and rounder, and her carriage definitely more womanly than it had been in the days of her rebellion. She was a woman now to the tips of her fingers. She had said good-bye to her girlhood in the old garden 4 years and a quarter ago. She was dressed in a simple evening gown of soft, creamy silk, with a yoke of dark old embroidery that enhanced the gentle gravity of her style, and her black hair flowed off her open forehead to pass under the control of a simple ribbon of silver. A silver necklace enhanced the dusky beauty of her neck. Both husband and wife affected an unnatural ease of manner for the benefit of the efficient parlour-maid, who was putting the finishing touches to the sideboard arrangements. "It looks all right," said Capes. "I think everything's right," said Ann Veronica, with the roaming eye of a capable but not devoted house-mistress. "I wonder if they will seem altered," she remarked for the 3rd time. "There I can't help," said Capes. He walked through a wide open archway curtained with deep blue curtains into the apartment that served as a reception-room. Ann Veronica, after a last survey of the dinner appointments, followed him, rustling, came to his side by the high brass fender, and touched 2 or 3 ornaments on the mantel above the cheerful fireplace. "It's still a marvel to me that we are to be forgiven," she said, turning. "My charm of manner, I suppose. But indeed he's very human." "Did you tell him of the registry office?" "No, certainly not so emphatically as I did about the play." "It was an inspiration, your speaking to him." "I felt impudent. I believe I am getting impudent. Had not been near the Royal Society since you disgraced me." "What's that?" They both stood listening. It was not the arrival of the guests, but merely the maid moving about in the hall. "Wonderful man," said Ann Veronica, reassured, and stroking his cheek with her finger. Capes made a quick movement as if to bite that aggressive digit, but it withdrew to Ann Veronica's side. "I was really interested in his stuff. I was talking to him before I saw his name on the card beside the row of microscopes. Then, naturally, I went on talking. He has rather a poor opinion of his contemporaries. Of course he had no idea who I was." "But how did you tell him? You've never told me. Wasn't it a little bit of a scene?" "Oh, let me see. I said I hadn't been at the Royal Society soiree for 4 years, and got him to tell me about some of the fresh Mendelian work. He loves the Mendelians because he hates all the big names of the 80s and 90s. Then I think I remarked that science was disgracefully under-endowed, and confessed I'd had to take to more profitable courses. 'The fact of it is,' I said, 'I'm the new playwright, Thomas More. Perhaps you've heard?' Well, you know he had. Fame! Isn't it? 'I've not seen your play, Mr. More,' he said, 'but I'm told it's the most amusing thing in London at the present time. A friend of mine, Ogilvy, I suppose that's Ogilvy and Ogilvy who do so many divorces, Vee, was speaking very highly of it. Very highly.'" He smiled into her eyes. "You are developing far too retentive a memory for praises," said Ann Veronica. "I'm still new to them. But after that it was easy. I told him instantly and shamelessly that the play was going to be worth £10,000. He agreed it was disgraceful. Then I assumed a rather portentous manner to prepare him. How? Show me. I can't be portentous, dear, when you're about. It's my other side of the moon. But I was portentous, I can assure you. My name's not More, Mr. Stanley, I said. That's my pet name. Yes? I think... Yes, I went on in a pleasing blend of the casual and sotto voce. The fact of it is, sir, I happen to be your son-in-law, Capes. I do wish you could come and dine with us some evening. It would make my wife very happy. What did he say? What does anyone say to an invitation to dinner point blank? One tries to collect one's wits. She is constantly thinking of you, I said. And he accepted meekly. Practically. What else could he do? You can't kick up a scene on the spur of the moment in the face of such conflicting values as he had before him. With me behaving as if everything was infinitely matter-of-fact, what could he do? And just then Heaven sent old Manningtree. I didn't tell you before the fortunate intervention of Manningtree, did I? He was looking quite infernally distinguished, with a wide crimson ribbon across him. What is a wide crimson ribbon? Some sort of knight, I suppose. He is a knight. Well, young man, he said, we haven't seen you lately. And something about Bateson and Co. He's frightfully anti-Mendelian, having it all their own way. So I introduced him to my father-in-law like a shot. I think that was decision. Yes, it was Manningtree really secured your father. He... Here they are, said Ann Veronica, as the bell sounded. Part 2. They received the guests in their pretty little hall with genuine effusion. Miss Stanley threw aside a black cloak to reveal a discreet and dignified arrangement of brown silk, and then embraced Ann Veronica with warmth. "So very clear and cold," she said. "I feared we might have a fog." The housemaid's presence acted as a useful restraint. Ann Veronica passed from her aunt to her father, and put her arms about him and kissed his cheek. "Dear old Daddy," she said, and was amazed to find herself shedding tears. She veiled her emotion by taking off his overcoat. "And this is Mr. Capes," she heard her aunt saying. All four people moved a little nervously into the drawing-room, maintaining a sort of fluttered amiability of sound and movement. Mr. Stanley professed a great solicitude to warm his hands. "Quite unusually cold for the time of year," he said. "Everything very nice, I am sure," Miss Stanley murmured to Capes as he steered her to a place upon the little sofa before the fire. Also she made little pussy-like sounds of a reassuring nature. "And let's have a look at you, V," said Mr. Stanley, standing up with a sudden geniality and rubbing his hands together. Ann Veronica, who knew her dress became her, dropped a curtsy to her father's regard. Happily they had no one else to wait for, and it heartened her mightily to think that she had ordered the promptest possible service of the dinner. Capes stood beside Miss Stanley, who was beaming unnaturally, and Mr. Stanley, in his effort to seem at ease, took entire possession of the hearthrug. "You found the flat easily," said Capes in the pause. "The numbers are a little difficult to see in the archway. They ought to put a lamp." Her father declared there had been no difficulty. "Dinner is served, mum," said the efficient parlour-maid in the archway, and the worst was over. "Come, Daddy," said Ann Veronica, following her husband and Miss Stanley, and in the fullness of her heart she gave a friendly squeeze to the parental arm. "Excellent fellow," he answered a little irrelevantly. "I didn't understand, V." "Quite charming apartments," Miss Stanley admired. "Charming. Everything is so pretty and convenient." The dinner was admirable as a dinner. Nothing went wrong, from the golden and excellent clear soup to the delightful iced marrons and cream, and Miss Stanley's praises died away to an appreciative acquiescence. A brisk talk sprang up between Capes and Mr. Stanley, to which the two ladies subordinated themselves intelligently. The burning topic of the Mendelian controversy was approached on 1 or 2 occasions, but avoided dexterously, and they talked chiefly of letters and art and the censorship of the English stage. Mr. Stanley was inclined to think the censorship should be extended to the supply of what he styled latter-day fiction. Good, wholesome stories were being ousted, he said, by vicious, corrupting stuff that left a bad taste in the mouth. He declared that no book could be satisfactory that left a bad taste in the mouth, however much it seized and interested the reader at the time. He did not like it, he said, with a significant look, to be reminded of either his books or his dinners after he had done with them. Capes agreed with the utmost cordiality. "Life is upsetting enough without the novels taking a share," said Mr. Stanley. For a time Ann Veronica's attention was diverted by her aunt's interest in the salted almonds. "Quite particularly nice," said her aunt. "Exceptionally so." When Ann Veronica could attend again, she found the men were discussing the ethics of the depreciation of house property through the increasing tumult of traffic in the West End, and agreeing with each other to a devastating extent. It came into her head with real emotional force that this must be some particularly fantastic sort of dream. It seemed to her that her father was in some inexplicable way meaner looking than she had supposed, and yet also, as unaccountably, appealing. His tie had demanded a struggle. He ought to have taken a clean one after his first failure. Why was she noting things like this? Capes seemed self-possessed and elaborately genial and commonplace, but she knew him to be nervous by a little occasional clumsiness, by the faintest shadow of vulgarity in the urgency of his hospitality. She wished he could smoke and dull his nerves a little. A gust of irrational impatience blew through her being. Well, they'd got to the pheasants, and in a little while he would smoke. What was it she had expected? Surely her moods were getting a little out of hand. She wished her father and aunt would not enjoy their dinner with such quiet determination. Her father and her husband, who had both been a little pale at their first encounter, were growing now just faintly flushed. It was a pity people had to eat food. "I suppose," said her father, "I have read at least half the novels that have been at all successful during the last 20 years. 3 a week is my allowance, and, if I get short ones, 4. I change them in the morning at Cannon Street, and take my book as I come down." It occurred to her that she had never seen her father dining out before, never watched him critically as an equal. To Capes he was almost deferential, and she had never seen him deferential in the old time. Never. The dinner was stranger than she had ever anticipated. It was as if she had grown right past her father into something older and of infinitely wider outlook, as if he had always been unsuspectedly a flattened figure, and now she had discovered him from the other side. It was a great relief to arrive at last at that pause when she could say to her aunt, "Now, dear," and rise and hold back the curtain through the archway. Capes and her father stood up, and her father made a belated movement toward the curtain. She realized that he was the sort of man one does not think much about at dinners. And Capes was thinking that his wife was a supremely beautiful woman. He reached a silver cigar and cigarette box from the sideboard and put it before his father-in-law, and for a time the preliminaries of smoking occupied them both. Then Capes flitted to the hearthrug and poked the fire, stood up and turned about. "Ann Veronica is looking very well, don't you think?" he said, a little awkwardly. "Very," said Mr. Stanley. "Very," and cracked a walnut appreciatively. "Life, things, I don't think her prospects now. Hopeful outlook." "You are in a difficult position," Mr. Stanley pronounced, and seemed to hesitate whether he had not gone too far. He looked at his port wine as though that tawny ruby contained the solution of the matter. "All's well that ends well," he said, "and the less one says about things, the better." "Of course," said Capes, and threw a newly lit cigar into the fire through sheer nervousness. "Have some more port wine, sir?" "It's a very sound wine," said Mr. Stanley, consenting with dignity. "Ann Veronica has never looked quite so well, I think," said Capes, clinging, because of a preconceived plan, to the suppressed topic. Part 3. At last the evening was over, and Capes and his wife had gone down to see Mr. Stanley and his sister into a taxicab, and had waved an amiable farewell from the pavement steps. "Great dears," said Capes as the vehicle passed out of sight. "Yes, aren't they?" said Ann Veronica, after a thoughtful pause. And then, "They seem changed." "Come in out of the cold," said Capes, and took her arm. "They seem smaller, you know, even physically smaller," she said. "You've grown out of them. Your aunt liked the pheasant." "She liked everything. Did you hear us through the archway talking cookery?" They went up by the lift in silence. "It's odd," said Ann Veronica, re-entering the flat. "What's odd?" "Oh, everything." She shivered and went to the fire and poked it. Capes sat down in the armchair beside her. "Life's so queer," she said, kneeling and looking into the flames. I wonder if we shall ever get like that." She turned a firelit face to her husband. "Did you tell him?" Capes smiled faintly. "Yes." "How?" "Well, a little clumsily." "But how?" "I poured him out some port wine, and I said, let me see, oh, you are going to be a grandfather." "Yes. Was he pleased?" "Calmly. He said, 'You won't mind my telling you?' "Not a bit." He said, 'Poor Alice has got no end.'" "Alice's are different," said Ann Veronica after an interval. "Quite different. She didn't choose her man. Well, I told aunt, 'Husband of mine, I think we have rather overrated the emotional capacity of those dears.'" "What did your aunt say?" "She didn't even kiss me. She said—" Ann Veronica shivered again. "I hope it won't make you uncomfortable, my dear.' Like that. 'And whatever you do, do be careful of your hair.' I judge from her manner, that she thought it was just a little indelicate of us, considering everything. But she tried to be practical and sympathetic and live down to our standards." Capes looked at his wife's unsmiling face. "Your father," he said, "remarked that all's well that ends well, and that he was disposed to let bygones be bygones. He then spoke with a certain fatherly kindliness of the past." "And my heart has ached for him." "Oh, no doubt it cut him at the time. It must have cut him." "We might even have given it up for them." "I wonder if we could." "I suppose all is well that ends well. Somehow tonight, I don't know." "I suppose so. I'm glad the old score's assuaged. Very glad. But if we had gone under—" They regarded one another silently, and Ann Veronica had one of her penetrating flashes. "We are not the sort that goes under," said Ann Veronica, holding her hands so that the red reflections vanished from her eyes. "We settled long ago. We're hard stuff. We're hard stuff." Then she went on. "To think that is my father! Oh, my dear, he stood over me like a cliff. The thought of him nearly turned me aside from everything we have done. He was the social order. He was law and wisdom. And they come here, and they look at our furniture to see if it is good. And they are not glad, it does not stir them, that at last we can dare to have children." She dropped back into a crouching attitude and began to weep. "Oh, my dear!" she cried, and suddenly flung herself kneeling into her husband's arms. "Do you remember the mountains? Do you remember how we loved one another, how intensely we loved one another? Do you remember the light on things and the glory of things? I'm greedy, I'm greedy. I want children like the mountains and life like the sky. Oh, and love, love! We've had so splendid a time and fought our fight and won. And it's like the petals falling from a flower. Oh, I've loved love, dear. I've loved love and you and the glory of you. And the great time is over, and I have to go carefully and bear children and take care of my hair, and when I am done with that I shall be an old woman. The petals have fallen, the red petals we loved so. We're hedged about with discretions, and all this furniture, and successes. We are successful at last. Successful! But the mountains, dear. We won't forget the mountains, dear, ever. The shining slope of snow, and how we talked of death. We might have died. Even when we are old, when we are rich as we may be, we won't forget the time when we cared nothing for anything but the joy of one another, when we risked everything for one another, when all the wrappings and coverings seemed to have fallen from life and left it light and fire. Stark and stark! Do you remember it all? Say you will never forget, that these common things and secondary things shan't overwhelm us. These petals, I've been wanting to cry all the evening, cry here on your shoulder for my petals. Petals! Silly woman, I've never had these crying fits before. Blood of my heart, whispered Capes, holding her close to him. I know. I understand. End of chapter 17. End of Ann Veronica.